Okay, let me just double check something. Wait, why is OBS not picking it up? Oh. Hi, Zebmeister. Welcome, welcome. Okay, that should work. Why isn't it working? Oh, damn it. That was working yesterday when I was testing it. Like, I'm trying something a bit different. I'm trying to... Wait. Let me check the SRT script. Alright, let me get the music playing. I'm trying to, like, get something set up. So I can get... thing working. Because, like, I'm trying to make it so I can get OBS on my other computer. And then stream to TikTok from there. That is the right IP address. Weird. Because this shit was working yesterday. Yeah, that was the setting I was using yesterday. What the hell? I'm trying to get the SRT script to send things over. God damn it. I'm trying to see if I can get it to work. It was working yesterday. Because what I'm trying to do is forward my OBS to another computer, which is located in a completely different room. Because, yeah. Shit's hot. And, yeah. Why isn't it connecting? I'm trying to figure out why. I'm trying to send it to the entire signal to computer in a completely different room. Oh, great. What does it say here again? Because it was working earlier. Yeah, SRT script. That is the correct IP address. And that is the correct port. Honestly, it could be their fault too. I wouldn't be surprised. Cause freaking their stupid shit for like connecting certain things on the network is awful because I have to use their stupid garbage app to forward ports and it's super annoying. And I can't just use the freaking web browser thing to control the stuff. I actually like really want to go up to whoever the executive or whatever was at Rogers that came up with the freaking system that they have in place. I want to fucking strangle them because this shit is extremely ass backwards. It makes absolutely no sense to do. Like, at all. Like, actually. It makes no fucking sense. Why'd they have to do it that way? But yeah, like, I'm trying to get it to work. Nope, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm pretty sure reserve that port. Let me change the port itself. And I'll try to forward to a different port then. Maybe that'll work. God damn it. Yeah. Oh, this shit is annoying. It would be a lot faster if I could use a web browser instead of having to use a stupid fucking phone app too. Like, if I could just use a... Like, actually just use like, something fucking normal like a web browser to just access everything there instead of the stupid app, things would be so much easier. Yeah. I'm trying to get the thing to work. That is so weird. Yeah. I'm trying to get something to work. What the hell? Let me check something. I go to custom. Yeah, no, it just does that. Why isn't it working? No, because it was working in like the other modified OBS client I was testing things out on. I'm trying to get something to work. Where I freaking force OBS to connect to a different machine. Running OBS to pick it up. Actually, what I'll do is this. I have a KVM there, so I'm just gonna force a reset. Maybe if I reboot that machine, that'll do something. Yeah, I'm gonna force a reset on the other computer. This is like, it's so jank. I can't show you what it looks like though, but like, I have something open on my KVM to try and do the thing. Yeah, I had the IP address and everything set properly. Because like, I'm trying to send all the data to a completely different machine in a completely different room. And I'm basically controlling the other machine through a KVM. Right. Because I did get a KVM thing. I mean, it's handy. I can control my other computer from a web browser. It was worth what I spent on it. It was worth like the $90 I spent. Like, it is actually really handy because, again, I can keep that machine in a completely different room and not have to like do anything to it and control it separately, which was what I wanted from it anyways. Alright, especially because I can move the heat to a completely different room. That was part of the reason why I wanted it. Right, if I can put the machine in a completely different room, the heat is in a completely different room. Okay, I don't know why it's not letting me do the thing. This is so scuffed. It just keeps giving me error, failed to connect to the server. But that is the IP address. Okay, what's the IP? Let me just double check. Yep, it is the 69th address on this. 10.0.0.69. Yeah, it is that IP address. That is the port I'm forwarding it to. What the fuck? I'm just gonna quickly look something up. Because, yeah. Yeah, they're really convenient. Yep. That is the port number. I have it the correct thing on each side. They are on the same network as well. It just says, keeps saying connecting. And then, like, that is the correct port. What the fuck? Let me check. Yeah, I can. I can ping with less than 1 millisecond delay. Yeah, I'm doing Snowbreak first. Yeah, I gotta do VA on the weekend. So, like, the answer is yes. I can ping it. It just refuses to connect for some reason. Because I'm using the multiple output one. I got another idea, but... Okay, wait, I do have another idea. This is gonna be kinda jank. Where is my OBS stream key? Once... I'm going to just move where my stream key is and then change how I do it then. Oh crap, where's my phone? Good thing like there's like a backup strat I can do. Where the fuck is my text Twitch? Resend me the code, what the fuck? God damn, it took them so long to send me the code. Alright. No, what I'm trying to do is like, I'm trying to get it to teleport there. What I'm trying to do is like, or not really teleport, but I'm trying to get the thing set up so I can do the thing that way. Oh, where is it? Oh, fuck, where the hell do I get my stream key again? I'm trying to find where the hell they store my stream key again. Oh, there it is. Okay, the Twitch side of the stream is gonna get interrupted briefly. Just give it a sec. Okay. Now then, time to do the really scuffed thing. Oh, that should be custom. Remove the stream key there. Okay. Interesting. So it doesn't work that way, but it works this way? Okay, that is so unusual. Okay. Now I can start virtual camera. And now I can open the ToFLive thing. I literally just have another computer running this whole thing. This is like so dumb and super inefficient, but it's like the only thing I can think of to make this work. Yeah, I had the big brain idea to do shit this way. Okay. Let me just do... Fuck, I can't just constantly... I'll just leave it there. I can't really change category multiple times as well. ToFLive stuff is so papega. You know what, I'll have it go live when we get to the ToF section or something. We'll do our Snowbreak stuff first. I'm just testing a completely different setup. There's like actually more optimizations I can do actually, now that I think about it. No, because now that I think about it, if I force all like the main streaming to go on that one, I could have like an error thing if like my PC crashes or whatever. I could always restart. There's like actual big brain shit I could do with this. Now that I think about it. There's like more stuff I need to figure out. But honestly, I'd like to get a different machine to do it on. That's a bit more efficient and has a better encoder. Ideally. Yeah, that had to get restarted there. I need to- wait, we have chain assault. What is this? Sure, I'll choose another buff at the start. I mean, the thing is, I'd have to get like a whole new machine. That shit's gonna be expensive to figure out. RK310 or whatever. That could be interesting.
肩を並べて戦うのも悪くないが、私が認めるのはお前だけだ。
I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing here. Oh shit, my PC is like lagging. Oh!
いや、手間が省けて好都合。好機だ。
Why is my thing lagging? I should have used a different character. Yeah, we can't use skills in this. I don't know why this thing's lagging. This is so weird. Hopefully everything else will work fine later. Because I'm doing an SRT thing to send the thing over. Actually, I could probably... I don't know. Maybe it's like increasing load by doing it this way. By a lot. But yeah. Maybe if I don't do that, it's smoother again. Okay, yeah, it seems to be smoother again. It doesn't like the SRT thing. It doesn't seem to like SRT mode. If I'm doing too many at once. Okay. Alright, another score. Okay, that actually gives a lot for neural sim. I need to do one more, I think. Or what are the missions? Achievement, use that one. Okay, wait. I'm trying to think what I could do. Yeah, because I could move the Twitch stream over there too. Actually. Which I've already used over there before. And then that would save me the load here. Hi Grimjaw. Welcome, welcome. Okay. You should see a black screen right now. There we go. There's going to be a little bit more delay. But yeah. At least that's working. This is so jank. Well, the thing I'm doing right now is super jank. But it seems to be working nicely. I assume. Right? Wait. Can you not hear it? Okay. Alright, that is working now. That's good. I know. Okay, at least it's working. I know. And teleport is going to be smacking. Oh wait, I'm not actually using OBS teleport plugin. I'm using the SRT plugin. And then from there, this is all because the stupid TikTok shit is super papega. It's all because the thing is super papega. That I'm like doing this extremely jank thing right now. But this is like the best I could come up with. I send it to another computer. Wait, actually... If I do that... Can you still hear me? Wait, how about now? Wait, how about now? Is that better? Okay, good. What do you mean you can't? There's no video. There should be video. What the fuck? You sure? It seems to be fine on my end. I think your thing borged. But yeah, this is extremely jank. But it seems to be working. Yeah, Quark needs a reboot. Okay. What are the weekly missions? Oh wait, they're not really weekly. Yeah, I'll just use you for this. If I broke your browser from a while away, I'm doing it right. Yeah, surely I'm doing it right. This is like the most jank stream setup I've ever done, man. It's literally the most jank I've ever done right now. I'm streaming from one computer to another computer, and then to that other computer I'm streaming out to Twitch. This is super jank. But if it works, it works. Right. But if it works, it works.
指示を手早く片付ける。
Okay. Oh, I forgot to equip a buff. Oh wow, now it's having encoder overload, I think. I thought SRT would be more efficient. What the fuck?
敵の増加を確認。
You know. Okay, this is not working as nicely as I had hoped. Interesting. SRT is a lot more intensive than I thought it would be.
また出るだろうから
What the fuck?
よく覚えておいて
SRT CPU encoding is a lot more intensive than I thought it would be. Okay.
シールドを失った遮蔽物を探す
Yeah, I need to come with a better system.
敵の
Then.
増加を確認
Okay. I'm just gonna check Task Manager. Oh shit. Interesting. That's the highest I've ever seen my CPU usage. What the fuck? Okay. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's better. Okay. And audio's still working, right? As long as everything there is working, that's fine. Okay. This jank setup seems to be better. Your right ear is really enjoying it. Go on, how is it really? Wait. Let me try listening to it from my phone. So I can verify how it's working. And I assume the YouTube side is still working uninterrupted. Okay, yeah, YouTube has been working this entire time. Working. So everything is working at least. That's good to know. As long as it's working. Okay, what was I looking for here? Okay, that's thing there. Oh, this boss is available now. Increases skill damage. It has lower resistance to stuff. Okay. So we can use you. Oh, we already used her. Where's Riptide? Oh, and Etchel's available. New York, Jacksonville, Reykjavik, Condom, and Moscow lie almost on the same straight line. Oh, interesting. Interesting.
任務はない。人と肩を並べて戦うのも悪くない。私が認めるのはお前だけだ。隙が多すぎたな。戦闘終了。手応えのある任務はないものか。スティクスの私もの実力、その目で確かめる。これで布石が揃う。まだ続くぞ。隙が多すぎたな。
Okay.
一発で仕留めてやったの
Let's get the next one
は
done.
せめての情けだ。人と肩を並べて戦うのも悪くない。私が認めるのはお前だけだ。怒りはもう一つのまだ続くぜ。隙が多すぎる。
Alright, boss dodge.
戦闘終了。手応えのある任務はないものか。
Wait, what can I use now? Do I have to just use... what? Okay, I guess this works.
人と肩を並べて戦うのも悪くない。私が認めるのはお前だけだ。
Supplies are in place.
ここからはお任せください。させるか。まだ続くぞ。汚れを葬ってやる。怒りはもう一つの檻に過ぎる。ここからはお任せください。
Supplies are in place.
させるか。まだ続くぞ。よくやったな。では作戦を再開しよう。これで布石が揃う。ここからはお任せください。させるか。
Supplies are in place.
傷は強くなった証だ。させるか。よくやこれで布石が揃う。よくやったな。では作戦を再開しよう。ここからはお任せください。させるか。
Supplies are in place.
闇を恐れる。よくや傷は強くなった証だ。
Alright. Now I just go kill it again.
では作戦を再開しよう。ここからはお任せください。
Alright.
マッサージですか？その
I think I did good damage. Seems good. Damage seems good. Okay. Yeah, that'll work. Hi, Tira. Welcome, welcome. I have the most jank stream setup again because I'm trying something different. And I've made it a lot more jank as a result. Okay, what am I gonna put in here? Yeah, I'm fine. But I had to do
弓を
something.
引いたからには
Again, it's all in prep for something else
準備
later.
整いました。戦車番線。
This should be quick. Reloading.
ご褒美。もっと
Oh, let's see, what would I want here? There we go, now we can put that in. I mean, getting this stream started was exhausting in and of itself.
I saw how it would end
Because I
for
was
you.
like doing something really jank. Okay. Sure, I'll go grab that. Yes. Since, yes. It's been promoting it since, yes. Do 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 do.
So, 犯人はあなたです。
I saw how it would end for you.
定め。私を導いてくれるのは。
You know, I wonder if I can get a good thing from that for the tech. Alright, let me go expand backpack. Shove that in, why not? Let's go on the next one. Yeah, I'm trying to like, I'm doing something super jank right now. But yes, that's why there's 3 notifications for Twitch. Because I'm trying to have 2, I'm streaming from one PC to another PC. And then that other PC is streaming out to Twitch, and then it's gonna also have TikTok and stuff on it. Eventually I'll probably move the YouTube part to it too. Like, it seems really weird what I'm doing, but... Yeah, I put a stream inside my stream. Which is inside of another stream.
I saw how it would end for you.
Alright, let's see. Damn, I didn't get anything useful.
Not enough to change anything.
Alright, let's keep going. So yeah, things should hopefully be a bit smoother tomorrow. Smoother and less jank tomorrow. Hopefully.
Not enough to change.
Alright. Just like having a Swiss Army knife. What is this? The Verge PC build? You gotta hope they have the thing? Yes. Don't forget your Live Strong cancer fighting bracelet, okay? Don't forget your Live Strong bracelet, okay? You gotta make sure you can fight cancer with your Live Strong bracelet. Don't forget the Live Strong bracelet, okay? You can't go without it. The Live Strong cancer fighting bracelet.
I saw how it would end for you.
Right, because you're not supposed to fight static. You're supposed to fight cancer. Right, you're trying to fight cancer when building a PC, not static.
Not an objective complete, all according to plan.
Ah, yes, the CPU installation
私を
brace.
導いてくれるのはあなただけで。
You didn't have to cut away to discard, yeah. To be fair, there are CPUs with a brace for installation. It's just not any CPU they would have been thinking of. Because those are like on server sockets that need a special thing because they have way too many pins on them. Yeah, they're a bit too epic for them. Uh... Alright, nothing I'm looking for there. Ah, yes! Add thermal paste in addition to the pre-applied stuff for, good practice.
真相を突き止めます。百射百中。
I saw how it would end for you.
You know, I wonder if someone ever bothered to try to make a YouTube poop out of that video. I never checked, and that thing is old. That was for like what? What Intel CPU again? 8700K? That was like... That's like 8 years ago. Yeah. I thought it was 2017. Whatever. Yeah, it's old. It's an old one.
弓を引いたからには。
Just make sure you're fighting cancer, not static.
終わり？甘い。ここからです。
Not enough to change.
百射百。
Objective complete, all according to plan.
定め。私を導いてくれるのは。
Hi, shonen manga protagonist. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, it is what it is, man. But it's like, even if you get one, it's like, what the fuck are you gonna even do with it? Even if you can get one, like, what the fuck you even do? It was 2018. Okay, not 20. Yeah, interesting. Well, at least you checked. Now we know. Now we know.
弓を引いたからには分析準備は整いました。
I saw how it would end for you.
Now we know. Actually, though, there is a benefit though for the weird shit I'm doing right
近
now.
づいてもらえないでしょうか。
Though honestly, I'd like a different machine to do this. It is what it is, but although I don't know what the fuck people are even doing with the Switch 2, man. It's not like they have any games that are like worth going after for. Yeah. It's not even like anything special either, man.
弓を引いたからには分析準備は整いました。
Now here I am triple streaming.
百射百中。
It's just that only 2 of them are up for public right now. I am. I actually am.
真相を突き止めます。 戦車番宣。
It's weird, don't worry
I saw
about
how it would
it.
end for you.
Yeah, apparently the Switch 2 dock does not work with the Switch 1 dock, and the vice versa. They don't work with each other. SD Express, just put a fucking M.2 slot like a normal person. Alright, what do I want to preserve? Oh well, that's their own problem, not mine. That's their problem, not mine. If that happens. You know, here's the thing. The Switch 2 isn't even that powerful, man. How the fuck can Valve sell a Steam Deck for $400? But Nintendo can't sell the freaking Switch 2 for that low? The fuck is going on there? The Steam Deck even comes with a carrying case. It comes with a fucking travel case. And actually uses a fucking standard USB-C connector instead of weird bullshit that they're doing. Like, how the fuck can they do it but Nintendo can't? Like, what the fuck? Like, actually. At the same time, the Switch 2 isn't exactly as impressive as you think it is. It's based off of, like, some, older shit. It's not even more... The Switch 2 isn't even more powerful than the other handhelds you can get on the market. The thing is, too, the Tegra chip on the Switch 2, it's based off of... What? It's based off of a Tegra chip for cars from 2020 that was heavily cut down. It has, like, 3/4 of the shaders of the Tegra chip that was used in a car module from 2020. It's also running at 1/4 of the clock speed in handheld mode, and half of it for docked mode. It's the same architecture as the NVIDIA 30 series card. But best case scenario, when in docked mode, it's about 40% the performance of an RTX 3050 6GB. The 6GB RTX 3050. They're straight up like selling like rebadged defective old Tegra Jetson chips for the Switch 2. It's definitely better than the Switch 1, yes. But like, my god, man. They want how much for it? Yeah, I mean, they were on a freaking Tegra Max on the Switch 1. No, the Switch 1's GPU was no more powerful than the GPUs you would find in like a Snapdragon 820 or something. Which is kind of funny, but also kind of sad. And that was for like max performance docked because of how far they cut it down. But like, the chip in there in the Switch 2 isn't even that efficient. It's not. Somehow with an ARM chip, they're less efficient than the x86 AMD chips in handhelds. They're less efficient. I don't understand how they're somehow less efficient, but they are. And they're on fucking ARM. They're somehow using chips less efficient than x86. And they're using freaking ARM chips. Like, keep in mind, AMD's gotten like caught up with Apple Silicon for efficiency, like Apple Silicon M1 for efficiency. They're not ARM, they're RISC, but they're not ARM. They're RISC-based internally. They are not ARM. They are RISC-based, yes, just like the ARM CPUs. But they are not ARM. But yes, internally since AMD K5, they have all been RISC. Both Intel and AMD have made all their CPUs since the K5 RISC-based. Oh, have you seen how terribly the Pepega the fucking eShop is on the Switch 2? The fucking Switch 2 eShop has all the problems of the Switch 1 eShop. Because it's based off of Nintendo's dogshit browser engine, and the eShop is so bloated, and it like tries to load everything but can't. For some reason, their browser engine is so bad. But yeah, it's like lagging and prone to crashes on the Switch 2, the fucking eShop. It's hilarious. I saw a couple of videos of the thing there. It's hilarious. They want how much and their fucking thing isn't even properly functional. That's Nintendo for ya.
What's the matter?
Right, it is what it is. Okay. We got that part dealt with. Let me change category to ToF. But yeah, for some reason though, the encoder for like for OBS is like weird if you're using SRT or not. I mean, it's literally like a 2% better version of the rifle relic. It's literally just the rifle relic, but 2% better. 3% better.
Time to head out.
Good relic. But like, that was kind of obvious. Good, strong relic. Okay. Well, I'm now live on TikTok too now. I wonder how scuffed that'll go. Hopefully it goes well. I don't know, anyone want to check my TikTok to see for themselves? Because we're preparing for other shit in the future. And I have to do it the most jank way I can think of. But at least it's working, I think. All because freaking TikTok won't let me use OBS. I mean, like, I might as well, like, have a thing do something. Well, it's more than that, right? It's a bit more than that. I don't know. Let me see if I can find the link. Does Me6 even pick it up anymore? Or wait, I never picked it up. I don't fucking even know. What even is my TikTok link? I don't, like, if you're on YouTube, you can find it there. I would have no way of, like, looking at the chat there. But I think it's working. I'm in the ToF category. Okay, yeah, it seems to be working. But yeah. I guess if you're curious, I think this is the link. I don't know how the hell it'll pick up my TikTok thing here. Let me try something. Which browser was it here? Let me do a test message, see if it works. Interesting, it won't pick it up. Sheep chat is not picking up on TikTok. It is not picking up on TikTok. That is interesting. But yeah, this is like extremely jank. Let me see. Connection, unstable. TikTok. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be picking it up. I don't know. It's up though? Okay. Yeah, that is the ID thing. As long as it's up, I don't know if I don't think it's Sheep Chat's gonna pick up on it though. Overestimate switch to performance, yeah. You know, I'm not surprised, Tara. I am not surprised in the slightest. I am actually not surprised. You know why? Because here's the thing. The CPU in the Switch 2 is a scuffed ARM one. And it's based off of a really, really old ARM CPU. It is? That's actually kind of crazy. Well, it should be similar to Twitch because it's like the same output, but like, jank. But yeah, so basically, the benefit actually of this weird PC streaming setup like this, I could probably move certain things over. I can modify some of my overlays a bit, I think. Oh, but the other benefit actually is what I could also do is like have a screen of if my machine crashes, I could have it pop up something without closing the stream. If I get a crash here. Hi there, your name is so long, I don't know how I'm supposed to read that, but hi. That is an extremely long name. Hey, welcome. But hey, at least it's working. This is super jank. But if it works, it works. Well, yeah, like, here's the thing, Tara. The Switch 2 is not more powerful than the existing PC handhelds. In handheld mode, the Switch 2 is weaker than a Steam Deck. In docked mode, it's weaker than any of the Tegra X1, any of the Tegra X1, handhelds. It's weaker than fucking AMD's integrated graphics. And also the Core Ultra integrated graphics on the Core Ultra 200 series of Intel CPUs, unlike the Core Ultra 7 or the Ultra 9 or whatever, those are also more powerful than the Switch 2. Same time, they also have a slightly newer ray tracing engine as well, because Switch 2 is based off of again of an architecture from 2020. I don't know how the hell you'd play ToF on dial-up, man. I don't know how that'd be doable. I don't know how that would work. Okay, giant Aberrans, medium Aberrans, Rift Drones, and that thing. Oh, let's do our joint ops first. But yeah, I guess this is just how we'll do things from now on. Maybe, if this goes well enough. Yeah, I know. I noticed. It's because I have 2 ToFs open. So that's interesting to note here. Okay. I would need to. Yeah, I want a Threadripper, man. Yo, you wanna donate me like $2,000 so I can upgrade to Threadripper? Yeah, I need like $2,000 plus. I'll upgrade to Threadripper Pro. I need like what, at least the 24 core? It can, it's just I can't change my encoder while I'm still outputting to YouTube at the moment. Because YouTube is still being streamed on this machine. There's more optimization to be done. Yeah, you're right. I technically don't need that anymore. Cause like everything is being handled by a different machine. Except for that thing there. But yeah, I could just... Oh yeah, you're right. What I could do is I could just crank up the bitrate, put it on a faster preset. I'll do that for next stream. I can crank up the bitrate to like something crazy now, and just send it to another machine, and use a faster preset. You're right. I can do that now. I'll do that for tomorrow though, cause I have to like kill off YouTube to change anything right now. But we're not gonna do that yet. Yeah, exactly. I could probably just crank it to something absurd. What's the bitrate I could send it to? Like 100k? 100k kilobits per second. Sound like a good bitrate? 100k? Using a GPU encoding there. 100k kilobits per second. Sound good? But yeah, even 70 meg, even D barely encodes. Yeah. No, it would help if I moved my ult to the cloud version. I'm gonna do that actually, real quick. But yeah, like I could... I could just go GPU encoding, go on a faster preset. Yeah, put it to like, thing. I could do that. That would be a good idea. Oh look, this pack is a scam too. This pack ain't worth it. Actually, I guess because you get those are good. It's worth it for that, I guess. Otherwise, it's like no different. It's actually slightly worse than the 980 titanium one. You basically have to get 3 of these to get a week's worth of the booster modules. Yeah. Even then, it's just... I mean, this is... Oh wait, they sell this. This is a lot better anyways. They sell that. If you really wanted to... Like, if you really wanted them, like, there's a 380 Tanium one that they sell every week. The 380 Tanium one times 3 is better. I know. It's like... It's worse than this thing, than the 980 Tanium 10 Bull. Marginally better, but not by much. Yeah. And there are better things that you could get too. So it's just like, eh. Not really worth. Oh, okay. It's like that. I would have to put the link there. Hi, Death by Snoo Snoo. Welcome to me trying a jank setup for streaming today. It's incredibly jank. Because, I'm also bringing in TikTok streaming. And I'm figuring things out as it goes. Hey, if I can figure it out, like, how to do it nicely, I mean, there's some stuff, there's something I can get out of it. And I could probably grow my Dench TikTok channel with this, when I do other shit later. When the stuff comes. Honestly though, I need another stream deck and then the network stream deck adapter. That's gonna be costly. To make it like a bit more easier to manage. Because then, yeah. But yeah. Alright, let me log into my... What's the code for my old? I feel like what could work. Oh, there we go. I mean, yeah. Something's working. Yeah, I don't have 10 gigabit though. Yeah, you wanna send me money so I can get a 10 gigabit network card on both machines? I only have 2.5 gigabit, but I already have Cat 7 connecting to the thing. So if I had anything, if I had a 10 gigabit network card, that'd be nice. I need 2 of them though. GoFundMe. That shit's expensive. I also wait. I would also need a 10 gigabit network switch. I would need a 10 gigabit network switch because again, my stuff is 2.5 gigabit. So I would need a 10 gigabit network switch, and then I would need 2 10 gigabit NICs. Yeah. I know it's stupid expensive. That's why I don't have it. That's why I don't have it, man. It's too expensive. I know. It is really, really dumb. It is extremely dumb. You don't actually, yeah. But like, yeah, think about it, right? If I could get all this stuff set up nicely, right? And get it working nicely, when NTE beta comes out, I can stream it on TikTok. Get people there too. I could clickbait brain rot them. I could clickbait the brain rot fucks with it. I could. Yeah, exactly. It's like, what compression? It'd be nice in a perfect world to do that. But yeah, like the whole point is we're gonna freaking drag the TikTok brain rot people in. No, I'm on Rogers. I can't use Bell. I literally would not be able to stream on Bell's thing because Bell only offers DSL connection in my area where I live. And the freaking Bell DSL connection is super janky, extremely high latency, 100 megabit per second at best. It's also like extremely expensive because it's 250 megabit per second DSL lines combined into one. Because, yeah. There are some optimizations I'm going to make to it tomorrow. I'm like experimenting today. Today is an experiment. Oh, thanks for the raiders. I'm doing something extremely experimental here. How do I inspect this machine? I'm gonna assume I'm gonna need to charge my batteries first. Wait, you mean you can't? What do you mean you can't see? It's not private. It's public. Pretty sure it's public. Yeah, links don't work. Let me just double check something. Just go to my TikTok page and you can find it. But yeah, and the thing is, I'm doing a dual PC streaming setup, and they're not even in the same room. Both PCs are not in the same room. It is like... Yeah, it is weird. Neither PC is in the same room. Yeah, we got someone from YouTube in there. But yeah, I'm doing a dual PC streaming setup with neither PC in the same room. Because it'd be really hot to have them both in the same room. So I have neither PC in the same room. Let's see. But yeah, welcome. Welcome raiders there. Oh, the live doesn't show unless my profile gets clicked on, I see. You would have to go there, okay. Isaac's a grocery. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. I am doing some really jank stress testing today. Trying to see if I can get everything picked up. I am streaming to fucking TikTok as well. Okay, it is doing something there. Yeah, so I'm live on 3 places. You know, I should try to expand the thing further. Bring back do I bring back Kick as well at one point and be streaming on 4 platforms at the same time for the ultimate peak of brain rot of streaming there? Quadruple. What does it mean insufficient energy? What the fuck? I've had TikTok for a while, it's just been dead. It's been extremely dead for the past forever. Yeah. So like there's that benefit too. There are interesting benefits. It makes things like there are interesting benefits to this. It's not perfect though. But there are uses for this shit. It has its own benefits, even though it's not the most ideal thing ever. I don't have Twitter streaming. You wanna fund me, Twitter Blue? So we can add Twitter to streaming too? I'll be everywhere, sure. Actually, wait, no, I don't have enough bandwidth to add a fifth one. If I was to do 4 of them, I don't have enough bandwidth for a 5th one. I won't have enough upload bandwidth. Blue Sky in the mix, cause screw it. Gotta be everywhere. I would literally, like, to get more bandwidth, I would have to physically move. If I want to get more bandwidth. I would physically have to move. Alright, you have a good night then, Zenmeister. I would have to physically move. But yeah, this jank thing is something. Actually, there's also another benefit too from this. There's another weird benefit to this. Can you guess what the other weird benefit is? Yeah, if I could do all 5, that would be insane. I would be everywhere. Right now, 3 is... I am barely hanging on doing 3 at once. Though honestly, if I wanted to add more, I would have to make use of Restream. Which had issues, which is why I stopped using them. But I would have to start using Restream again. Technically, I could use multiple Restream accounts and do some of them in pairs. Except for TikTok, because for some reason TikTok refuses to give me a stream key. I wouldn't have to do this. Like, my system here wouldn't be anywhere near as jank if it wasn't for TikTok. I blame TikTok. For why my thing is super jank like this. But the dual PC streaming setup, though, it's a great idea. There is a bit of latency and stuff, but yeah. Is there a reason to do this, or do I just wait for the other part of the event? Should I just wait for the other part of the event? But yeah. This super jank setup is... well, it's... something. Honestly though, like, it'd be better if I could upgrade all my machines to do this nicely and more smoothly. And as someone mentioned earlier, Threadripper CPU would actually help a lot. But those things are stupid expensive. It doesn't help how there's literally no competition for the thing there because Intel is dead. But I also need a new GPU too. I need a GPU upgrade. Like, I really need a GPU upgrade. Wait, I don't need to steal the virtual blossoms. How many kitten boxes are there around here? It's just, everything is stupid expensive, man. Everything is stupid expensive, especially the shit I would need to make this work. Alright, like, I definitely do need a better GPU, but like, fuck, GPU prices are crazy. And then like, I need an even stronger CPU. With more cores. Not like faster cores, I need more. Too bad I've literally maxed out on the amount of cores I can have. And it would need more memory and shit to keep them fed and everything. It hates it. It absolutely hates SRT. It absolutely hates SRT streaming. Absolutely. It absolutely hates it. I can't even power that, man. I would literally need to get an electrician to come in to freaking rewire shit just so I could power that thing up, man. The fuck, how many amps on a circuit would I need to power that? A fucking 8-socket Lenovo server. What the That's just for the CPU, man! You still need to give it overhead for other stuff that you would have as well. Don't forget, I would still have to drive my fucking displays, the lights in my room and everything else. You're still forgetting, that's just the CPU part on its own. You're forgetting everything else. Like, bruh. Like, average, like, the freaking circuit up to my room would get maxed out from that. Especially when you count in extra overhead. It would literally need to be on its own 15 amp breaker, yes. My room though was on a 12 amp breaker. Which is not enough. Like, bruh, no. That ain't gonna work. I actually studied some electricity, so I know. I know some things. That, like, yeah, no, that's not gonna work. You have a 13 amp socket too, but yeah, you have 230 volts! So you can get away with it. We're on fucking 110 volt here, 110, 115. That's the difference, man. It's not the same. Yes, you have less current in your socket, but you're at literally double the voltage. You have double the voltage for that. So you can get away with that. I can't. You can get 3 kilowatt on a single plug, yes.
Awaiting command.
But like, what do you expect, man? Okay, but yeah, I'm definitely gonna be doing more experimenting.
Target eliminated.
Actually, I wonder if I could just add another GPU to my machine. Like, another, like, low-power one, forcing coding on that. Like a thing, and then send it that way, just so I can have even less load. Oh yeah, no, we do. It's just that they get cut in half. It's because they get cut in half after the fact. We do. Yeah. Like, we do, and we actually do have a 240 volt socket too. We actually do have a 240 volt socket. It looks weird. It looks like it's being stabbed on one of the prongs by another prong. Except not. It looks like it's being stabbed. For that socket. It has like an extra weird thing on it. It's not common though. But we do have it. And there's like also another type that's used for some other equipment that's also shaped a bit differently. Mainly you would see it on like connected to like ovens or some other or some industrial equipment, but yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think it's just when I have this game running, it has this struggle, man. Actually, yeah. Now that I think about it, I don't know where I put it, but I do have like a random ass GT 1030 somewhere. I could probably put that in my machine, use that as an encoder here. So I can keep less load on the 3070 thing, and keep its VRAM usage lower, because encoding will still cause it to use some stuff. Now that I think about it. and then have that from there send it to the other machine with SRT. I think that's a good idea.
Awaiting command.
Really now, that is interesting. But yeah. So I think that's the play actually. I make some changes to my PC. I have to find out where I put that GT 1030.
Target
Put the
eliminated.
GT 1030 in this machine and have it do the encoding and force certain things on that one. I actually am curious to see how Windows detects like 3 GPUs, an iGPU plus 2 separate GPUs. I see. Oh, but yeah.
Awaiting command.
So you just gave up on it. Fair enough. Yeah, I'll finish those things tomorrow there then. Let's do some rolling here.
Target eliminated. Awaiting command.
Sometimes I don't trust Windows at times, man. Windows is so ass. I wish I could fully just move on from Windows and switch to Linux, but I can't. There's still a lot of things that I use that just doesn't work properly. That I need on a regular basis.
Target eliminated.
Otherwise, I'd happily switch over. You know, let's just do some reacts right now. At least reacts won't be as taxing. And it won't have to deal with encoder overload or other weird issues. I GPU to stream other PC. That's true, it is only via LAN, that is true. But yeah, we're just gonna like do the rest of the stream, will just be reacts. Just cause it doesn't stress my stuff as much. Well, I saw this in my recommendations the other day, I think this will be interesting. Because like, it has to do with the whole voice acting thing as well. And the strike and shit for games. AI will destroy voice actors and gamers will cheer.
Jackson Pollock, who was famous. How's it going, everybody? I'm Gary.
Oh wait, I'll wait for the ad break to end maybe, or... Let me just adjust the volume here. I mean, it's true. We will cheer for it in ways people won't think of, but like, they make some really interesting points actually.
I'm a voice actor, I'm a gamer, and I'm a PhD in AI voice stuff. Today I wanted to talk about the thing that every voice actor is absolutely terrified of. That is actually understanding why AI is predicted to completely obliterate the voiceover industry. And in order to understand this, we actually have to understand something that is seemingly unrelated to AI, the social side of the voiceover industry. As I'm sure many of you know, there's been a massive controversy with the video game voiceover strike and the Genshin Impact strike. My voiceover mentor, Joe Zizia, who I greatly respect, recently released a video on this topic. So the video got a bit of a mixed reception, and if you asked me, the release of the video was really poorly timed. A lot of people thought the video was biased in favor of the union, and while I don't necessarily agree, I completely understand why they think that. Mostly because while he covered a lot of information about the voiceover union, what it means to go FICOR and what a Taft-Hartley is, he chooses not to talk about any social aspects of the industry. In fact, he even admits it in his own video.
And that brings me to the real tricky part, the social side of things. Understand that I'm not getting to this here because this is not measurable. It is a feeling. So when we start asking questions like, why doesn't everyone just go FICOR? Or are people being blacklisted for working on non-union games during the strike? These really deal with non-measurable social feelings.
I'm not sure he intended this, but the fact that he chose not to talk about these things may have been more informative than if he had actually talked about them. Because it highlights one specific point. Voice actors cannot speak about the social aspects of the industry, and they will never talk about blacklists. Now, just to clarify, there may be some people who aren't familiar with the entertainment industry lingo who think that a blacklist is a literal list of names. It's not really. As Joe said, the blacklist is mostly just a feeling. If you are on the blacklist, it just means that people will refuse to work with you for any possible reason outside of the merit of your own product. There are plenty of industry leaders who will deny that the blacklist exists, so you won't find very many news articles about it, but you don't need to
won't
look
talk
very
about the
hard to see that
blacklist?
the blacklist clearly does exist. For example, let's just take a look at what started the whole Genshin Impact fiasco. When voice actor Jacob Takanashi was cast in a role that some other voice actors thought he shouldn't be cast in, they just started blacklisting him immediately. Voice actor Shara Kirby just blatantly said it. You'll never work another job again. Kaylee Mills publicized Jacob's financial information in an attempt to justify the bullying that Jacob received. Voice actor Jun Yoon, who is a prominent voice acting veteran, went out of his way to ridicule Jacob by
just put in the React channel.
Blacklisting Jacob from his cast.
It doesn't work on Twitch. Twitch blocks links.
Really upsetting.
You'll have to put in React channel on Discord.
June was actually one of my idols. Never meet your heroes, right? Within moments of announcing his voiceover role, the industry started cutting all ties with Jacob. This happens all the time in the industry. In Jacob's case, it was because he had the wrong opinions or did something that people didn't like. But it might just be because you said something mean to someone or you criticized their work, or maybe they just think you're ugly. There's virtually no way to stop a blacklist from happening. And
no,
it's
YouTube blocks if you don't have mod role.
Larger problem in the industry.
If you're not a mod on YouTube, it's blocked.
Has no standards. And by standards, I don't mean like a girl doesn't have standards for her deadbeat biker boyfriend. I mean that the industry doesn't have a clear metric to evaluate a good voiceover performance from a bad voiceover performance. We can look at the field of engineering for a perfect contrast to this. Let's say two people are building a rocket. One flies 20 feet before crashing, the other flies 50 feet before crashing. That in and of itself is a metric for evaluation. Now, it might not be the perfect metric or the metric that you need to evaluate the effectiveness of a rocket, but at the very least, the metric exists. More importantly, it's possible that the guy who built the better rocket is a complete jerk. Now, you can say you don't want to work with the guy because he's a jerk and he's terrible to work with, but you cannot deny that he built the better rocket. All this is just thrown out in the voiceover industry. Their metrics are like which performance is more emotional, which one is more nuanced, which performance is more real or grounded. These things aren't really metrics because they're all opinionated. Voice directors or voice actors or casting directors, they'll always claim that they can just hear a performance and know that's the best performance and that's the right one for the job. Put a pin in that claim, we'll come back to that later. But the truth is, one casting director might like one performance, one casting director might like another performance, and you cannot argue which one is better. It happens all the time. And this lack of standards, this conveniently flexible interpretation of what is good and what is bad is exactly why blacklisting happens. Any casting director could just argue that they weren't the right fit for the job, and there is no way to argue against it. And unfortunately, the most important social aspect of the industry is evaluation and casting. Hugh Klitsky, an amazing voiceover coach who I really respect, summarized it really well in a bit of a comedic LinkedIn post. He said this: "You didn't get the job? Here's why. You sounded like the producer's mom. You sounded like the director's ex. You sounded happy, but not the right kind of happy. You sounded too tall or too blonde or too much like everyone else, and so on." If you read through the entire post, you'll notice that there is a reason that is missing from that list. Someone else is better than you. Because as an industry veteran, he knows that the industry doesn't have those metrics, at least not in a way that actually matters. Because if you look at the metrics,
like overlay thing is not. Sheep chat is not picking up on the chat
one
there.
metric that the voice acting industry generally doesn't use, and it's probably the most important metric of all: whether or not the audience likes it. And that's the only metric that actually matters. Anyone who's been paying attention to AAA video games the past few years knows that the industry, or at the very least the video game industry at large, tends to use metrics that are inversely correlated with what the audience likes. Often you'll see that the games the industry claims are high quality end up actually being the worst games when rated by the gamers. And unfortunately, the video game voiceover industry is starting to go down the same path. They've used up all their remaining goodwill with the SAG-AFTRA video game strike, and now they're starting to deny that the audience is even relevant to the industry's success at all. But when the industry stops caring about how an audience evaluates their product, it always predicts the industry's failure, and worse, predicts their takeover by AI. But if you don't believe me and you want evidence, we can look at another industry that's been just completely demolished by AI, the visual arts. So when I first started my undergraduate in engineering approximately
they're gonna show
15
AI
years
stuff.
ago, I tried to convince every single one of my artist friends that AI was a legitimate threat to art. And
Yeah,
of
it
course,
is.
they didn't believe me because art is the human endeavor. But I pointed to one very specific thing. Since the 20th century, the art industry had lost all standards. We were in the era of Jackson Pollock, who was famous for randomly throwing paint onto a
Right? It's like you look at this painting, it's like, what the fuck is this shit?
canvas. One of artist Kazimir Malevich's most famous paintings from 1915 was literally a black square. In 2010, a sculptor named Marcel Waldorf won an award for his sculpture of a woman urinating. Essentially, the idea that artistic beauty is in the eye of the beholder is kind of the prevailing theory right now. You couldn't just evaluate art and just say whether or not it was good or bad. This allowed artists to do just about anything and make up a reason for why it's art. But the moment AI art exploded onto the scene, the artists faced a major problem. And that problem actually had nothing to do with artistic skill, and it had nothing to do with technology. It was actually a philosophical problem. If artistic beauty is in the eye of the beholder, it is actually impossible to justify that human art is any better than AI art. Essentially,
Exactly. Because instead, whichever one is better is whatever, in this case, the customer wants.
they had no way to justify
Whatever
their
they
own
think is
existence
better.
because they gave up their standards over 100 years ago.
Because
And
they
the
have
lack
no
of standards
standards.
that allowed their artistic industry to exist was now being reinterpreted to justify that human artists were no longer necessary. Because without standards, AI art is just as good as anything else. This led to a lot of panicking artists turning to really poorly thought out metrics. Things like AI art had no soul, or AI art had no artistic intention behind its choices. I wanted to see how valid these metrics really were.
I mean, the reality is, the AI at the end of the day is just a dumb box spitting out data based on whatever you feed it. If you feed it garbage, it'll come out like garbage. It's a dumb box that will just take whatever you give it and hallucinate an output. Right? So it's also at whoever is inputting the stuff into it is also part of the thing there.
So I conducted a bit of an experiment-ish
So I see
interview
it.
with a lot of the detractors of AI art, specifically about Jackson Pollock and his work. The experiment
Exactly, it's just a very, very fancy autocomplete. But again, you have to feed it data first. You have to feed it and be very, very specific, in particular in what you want, if you want to get a good result out of it.
The experiment was really simple. I showed them two images. One of them was an AI-generated painting. Usually I chose some sort of like fantasy landscape painting like this. The other one is one of Jackson Pollock's paintings. And I asked a very simple question. Do you truly believe that this painting has artistic value and this painting doesn't? And they always said yes. So the natural follow-up was always, please explain why.
Explain
and this
why.
is where they started stumbling over their words. They said things like, there's clear purpose behind the Pollock painting.
I don't know what purpose is there, man. Unless they were like, okay, let's just take a microscope and put it under someone's skin. And they were just like, okay, we didn't go that deep enough on trying to look at the cells in there, or they took some plant and tried to look at it under a microscope but didn't go deep enough. And they're like, okay, we'll take some of the stuff here and paint that out. If that's what the guy was doing, which I highly doubt, then sure. I do say you do a little trolling though. You say one is AI generated, the other one is human, except Frank G swap. Yeah.
Pollock painting actually has like a
Oh,
human
yeah, I know about
soul. You
Neurosoma.
can clearly see the intent behind the
Where'd you
Pollock
send
painting
it?
and all these sorts of weird random reasons. And even as they stumbled over
Wait,
their
where
words,
did you
I
send
always
it,
gave them
though?
the chance to take back what they said. Something like, if you can't come up with a reason,
Oh,
you can
wrong
just
channel,
take
but
it back
sure.
and just say the two paintings are equal or something like that. But for like
Okay.
the 100 people I interviewed, they never took it back. They always claimed that the Pollock painting clearly had intent and value and
The
was more
second one. That
interesting,
one's
and
the general
AI art
one.
simply
Instead
wasn't.
of this,
so you
the
can just
actual one.
imagine their panic when I revealed to them that that Pollock painting they just gassed up was made by AI.
Yep.
So yeah, I generated that image a couple years back using ChatGPT specifically to run this experiment. And you can believe me, the backpedaling that they tried to do was absolutely painful. And from here, I asked them a very simple question. Based on what you know now, will you admit that AI art has real artistic value? And like half of them just stormed out before they even had a chance to answer. They knew they couldn't answer.
Yeah, you basically go up and tell them, and then they're just gonna run away because they have no answer. Like, that's the reality. When you really go deep and confront them over the whole thing, they're just gonna storm out, they're gonna avoid answering. Alright, I'll see you around then, Deose.
Answer without completely destroying their beliefs. If they answered yes, they had to admit that AI art was actually valuable. And if they answered no, they had to admit that they lied. They were told
Yeah, exactly. If they answered no, they would have to say, oh no, I lied. But if they said yes, then they would admit that it has value.
that an image, in this case the AI Pollock image, was valuable simply because Jackson Pollock made it. And from there, they just reverse engineered any reason they wanted to justify why the image was valuable. That sounds familiar. Maybe like a casting director who listens to a voice actor he's friends with and just so
Yep.
happens to hear that he's the best. But everyone knows it's just the Emperor's new clothes. You know that story of the Emperor dancing around in his underwear and everyone has to pretend he's wearing pretty clothes because they don't want to
Yep.
get beheaded? We look upon a picture of paint thrown on a wall, and the artists demand that you pretend it's valuable. But when you show a coal miner a picture of a black square and tell him that it's more valuable than his entire career of mining for coal, when you tell a 9-to-5 office worker that he's
Yep.
uncultured and uncivilized because he doesn't respect the artistic value of a painting of literally nothing, when you stop considering what the common man thinks
Yep.
is good and demand that your art be respected through either nonsensical standards or even just blatant lies, do not be surprised when the common man cheers for your destruction. And
Exactly.
unfortunately, this is where the voice acting industry finds themselves now. We've used up all our goodwill in the SAG-AFTRA strike. We've stopped using the same metrics that the audience uses to decide what is a good product. We've blatantly attacked and disregarded the gamers. So do not be surprised when the gamers cheer as AI destroys the entire voiceover industry that has been built on a lie. And by the way, for
Yep.
the few voice actors that are still watching out there, I'm not even saying that casting directors are bad at their jobs. Many casting directors I know are actually amazing at their jobs. But what I am saying is that if you cast someone for a job, you better be able to justify it to the audience. Because casting
Exactly.
is effectively deciding who gets to represent your product. So if you end up casting someone who attacks the gamers, is a bully, is threatening, or is just blatantly hostile, I guarantee you won't be able to justify that. Now, since
Yep.
we've talked a lot about blacklists, I just wanted to leave something with the gamers that is actually really important and can help you take back your games from some of the more malicious players of the industry. The real blacklist belongs to the gamers. This is really important to understand because as a collective, you gamers have a blacklist that is far more powerful than anything else in the industry. And it's actually really easy to use. So say there's a voice actor that you think doesn't represent what you want the gaming industry to be. You simply need to take 2 very easy steps. Step 1, don't buy their games.
Yeah,
Super
just
easy,
don't
right?
buy it.
If they're in a game and you don't want them to represent the industry, just simply refuse to buy their games. The companies will notice. And frankly, you guys have done a great job of that in the past, taking down a whole bunch of games
Wait.
that you all felt were
Nero's
not really what you
Evil
wanted.
Twin,
Honestly,
okay.
it's kind of scary how good you guys are at that. Step 2, let
Alright.
the companies know why you're not buying their games. When a company announces their game on Twitter, for example, simply make a straightforward and simple statement. Something like, due to how this person bullies their fellow voice actors, I will no longer be buying games that feature them. Or, I believe that this person does not represent what I want from the gaming industry, and I will no longer be buying games that feature them. But the next part is really important. Do not be lulled into a bad faith conversation. If
Okay.
someone responds to your post with insults or hatred, simply ignore them. Do not turn your statements into bullying, and definitely do not turn them into threats, doxing, or harassment. The arts industries are really good at ignoring criticism if they can turn it into something worse. Do not give them an excuse to ignore your criticism. Simply make the straightforward statement with no bullying and no insults and walk away. I guarantee you the companies will notice, because at the end of the day, you guys are the ones paying them. And if you guys stop paying them, you bet they will fix things immediately. So yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say. Get out there and go change the industry for the better, in the way that only you gamers can. Wherever you are in the
good
world,
video.
good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night.
Alright, that one's a good video. Alright, this one. You wanted me to see the Nero one.
Can I change the title to balls? No, that's stupid. Why would I change the title to that? Maybe I should just show everyone how stupid it is. There we go. Title is now balls.
Alright, it's
Happy
balls.
Miriam Florence Kideo _H Pandrakar Chiri 0423 Rage Funky and Gooches, all of you subscribing at once. I feel so loved. Heart. I'm too easy to influence. Hey, don't say that, Labster.
Wait,
It's all
this is
part
the
of
evil
plan.
Nero?
Even though you are right. My voice may sound different, but that's because I've had voice training. Do you think it's cute? I'm evil. I can't be cute. Faking it can be very handy.
I mean, it still sounds like Nero, though. It's just less
You'll see.
scuffed.
Wait, why is the title still She's the Evilest of Them All? That's not the one I said. It should be balls.
Is there a specific
Mods?
section
Hello?
of this?
Well, in case
This
you
is
were
like a
wondering,
long
it should be
one.
balls, but the mods will just change it back again. There, made the title more specific for you, Fizzfault. Happy now? Nice try, Thedowins. You're
Yeah, I
about as
can
subtle as a
definitely
brick
pick
to
up
the
on
face.
that.
Congratulations, Big Boss Invisible. You've just won the No Means No timeout of the day. Filtered. I changed the title to Balls Empire. You happy now?
I mean, I can definitely tell, though, that it's still AI. It's slightly different, but I can still tell. I haven't looked at Nero in a while, but yeah. Exactly, it has a certain regularity to the tone of the words.
I'm probably going to get in trouble for that, but I'd do anything for balls.
But yeah, the stuff is definitely getting better. Definitely getting better, but yeah. Oh, the new models are nice, though. I don't really pay too much attention to this stuff here, though. Alright, what else is here?
If there's one game I can count on for excellent quality, fair monetization, and feature-rich content, it's gotta be Snowbreak Container
Okay,
Zone.
Snowbreak,
This is a
sure.
game that I return to every now and then, after confirming that I've spent way more time than I realized, and while I'm generally a bit hit or miss for gacha games with a heavy focus on fan service, the amount of progress that Amazing Season games have made to the game since its launch has been pretty staggering, enough for me to check back once in a while to see how well it's doing. Since I covered the game last year in 2024, I went back to the game and was pleasantly surprised on just how much improvement has been done since last time. Now, for those that have been watching my content for a while, you'll know that I normally don't take sponsors unless I can personally vouch for and will be able to see myself playing a certain game.
Okay.
And this happens to be one of those cases. Because I've been playing Snowbreak a lot recently, and I've even spent a fair bit of money on it. My name is Psyche, and welcome to a 2025 overview to, in my opinion, one of the top gacha games on the market right now. I'll be going over my thoughts of the game in its current state, a short changelog of everything major that's happened since last year, and what to expect in the current patch. So let's get started.
Okay.
Now, starting with the reasons why I didn't play Snowbreak more frequently. For the
Alright.
longest time, the story was just something that took way too long for me to get interested. Now I gotta say, with me revisiting the game and catching up on some of the story, including finishing the most recent event campaign, the writing quality has absolutely improved.
I
From
haven't
around
touched
chapter
that,
11 and
but there's
onwards,
like-
the overarching plot did
there's not
become more
voice,
intriguing.
though.
They even added full voice acting to the newer chapters. Now that's dedication.
Oh wait, they did? Okay.
Speaking of story content, something you'll hear me say a lot in my videos is that fear of missing out elements is one of my most disliked practices in live service games, especially when it comes to anything related to lore or story. I don't think a player should feel punished or left out in missing important lore pertaining to the narratives of a game, just because they happen to not be playing at the right time. Limited time events with their exclusive
more
stories that
expressive than
go
older
away
model.
indefinitely is just
Yeah, Microsoft Sam is the best AI voice, not AI voice, computer voice. Let's be real. Alright, I love my Rafflecopter. It goes swa.
My Rafflecopter goes swa 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 swa. Geo and Geo are shot by lasers. Pew pew boom.
The classic. I like my Rafflecopter, don't you?
Just not something I can get behind. However, what Snowbreak does is that each patch will introduce a new story chapter, but even after this patch ends, all that content is permanently added to the main story campaign. Additionally, if you just want to enjoy the story, there is now an experience mode where you forfeit the first clear rewards, but you're able to play the levels without spending stamina, and the game will still allow you to proceed to the next chapters this way. While the newest chapters will be available to everyone, this is also a nice touch to let newer players catch up without making them spend stamina, which can be used to further progress their account instead. Progression in Snowbreak has also improved in more ways than one. When I first covered the game last year, a gripe I had was with the logistics system. They come in sets of 3, and you can upgrade each unit to 15, with a third substat that appears after maxing it out. Now, you have a bit more freedom in selecting which logistics set to choose, or if you go into the current events tab, you can just straight up buy the best in slot set for the operator that's on rate up in the gacha banner. There are also 2 ways you can manipulate the logistics substats now. Each one comes with 2 right out of the box, and you're able to switch one of them with certain reroll currencies. The third and final substat can be rerolled more freely, so realistically, you can fish for a good substat once you already have the first 2 down. Consuming daily stamina is as easy as clicking one button to spend
Evil
everything
Nero
on
getting
the
a high-level
event farming stage,
voice.
where pretty much every kind of resource can be purchased in the respective event shop. Something else I want to give kudos for, given that we're talking about the event shop, is that it offers a welfare 4-star weapon that's tailor-made to be compatible with the newest operative, just in case if you don't want to roll the weapon gacha. Speaking of the gacha, Snowbreak does it one step better by having a 100% rate-up banner type. No need to worry about losing 50/50s. If you save enough to reach the pity amount, you can just get what you want guaranteed. In fact, I know there's a soft pity on the banner too. You usually won't even have to go to 100 pulls here. The average that most players found is 83 pulls to get the rate of 5-star. That's pretty good. Thank heavens I don't have to worry about losing the point.
Still tell that I was
in case you want to dabble in the weapon banners too, there is a 100% rate up banner for that as well. I mean, guarantee rate ups for both characters and weapons. Doesn't get any better than that. Here's something else. With the game's personal file system, you can get 2 tokens for each 5-star character per day, and said tokens can be used to unlock manifestation levels, the equivalent of dupes or limit breaks. With enough time, you can actually reach the next limit break levels without pulling for additional copies of them in the gacha. The fact that the game lets you do this is pretty insane.
You can.
I pulled Kadia here when I first started playing, and have almost enough to get 2 of her manifestation levels. As for SSR weapons, the dupe limit is 2, meaning that if you pull 2 copies of the same weapon, you will have the strongest version. The rerun system features multiple selectable rate-ups, so you have a bit more freedom in choosing who to pull for. While the 50/50 rate-up versions of the gacha system is available too, I would still recommend just having that guarantee by pulling on the 100% rate-ups. And something I found is that if you save up diligently, you can actually scrounge up enough resources to pull for every new shiny SSR operative that comes out. So pretty generous there. There is also some cool menu animations when you switch to each operative's weapons, logistics, or manifestation UI screens. I'm fairly certain this wasn't here at the game's launch, and they have retroactively added them for older characters too. That's pretty good. In every content patch, there is a...
But yeah, I'm able to tell you that because Karpas invest in hard AI tech. Oh yeah, for sure. Of course, they're gonna switch everything to AI eventually.
And some co-op action every now and then. Patch cycles happen once every 40 days, and the current one, Fragments of Truth, has a new fully voiced story campaign featuring solving a murder mystery with interactive elements such as investigation segments and animated cutscenes. Additionally, as side content, there is the Supreme Battleground Boss Challenge, and a roguelike mode that allows you to stack buffs in the forms of shapes to fit into your backpack, all throughout multiple stages, and it sort of becomes a puzzle to see which pieces to buy and obtain while optimizing with the limited space you have. Of course, these are just the activities that are live right now, and there are plenty of others that have been run in the past or are coming out later this patch. The current operative on RateUp is Vidya Celestial Swan, who is a defense shredder and team buffer. Now, I was not given any free resources, nor was I instructed to specifically pull her for this video, but I did, since I had some resources saved up for my time playing, so I pulled Vidya. First, she is a support unit, and if it's one thing that playing gacha games has taught me, is that supports are generally extremely good. Taking Vidya into the event challenge modes, I was able to knock out a decent chunk of the difficult stages with ease. Also, just to showcase the time that you have to spend to max out an operative to make them competitively viable, you can see that there's no ascension mechanics for the operatives.
Yep.
You can level Vidya straight to 80. I got the Welfare 4-star weapon from the event shop, so I don't have to interact with the weapon banner at all. You can even buy multiple copies of it in the event shop in case you want to limit break it to 5. The dedicated logistics set can also be bought directly from the shop too, and the game will actually suggest the substats that the operative will want. From there, it's just a matter of fishing for some of the desirable stats. However, the thing that I want to focus on the most is the premium cosmetics. Now, as you know, if it's one thing Snowbreak is famous for, it's gotta be the fan service. Their cosmetics and skins are some of the most high quality I've seen. For the record, once again, I have not been instructed to buy anything, and I'm typically someone that doesn't buy skins in these games.
Okay,
but just these past 2 patches, I actually bought some of these with my own money. Looking at the current lineup of skins, some of them have their dedicated trailers and previews. I gotta say, looking at a few of them, they are so elaborately thought out that I'm honestly impressed just how creative some of these scenes are. Later this patch, there will also be a rerun of the event campaign Gradient of Souls. In case you didn't know, this was arguably one of Snowbreak's most influential updates in its history. It brought the first ever interactive skin into the game, which kicked off the game's legacy in creating these impeccable cosmetics.
Yep.
There's many ways to customize the operatives, whether during gameplay or in the dormitory mode.
Oh boy.
Basically, you can assign a room to each of them, and by doing your weekly minigames, you can actually use the vouchers and buy exclusive furniture instead of using the paid currency.
Very
you can
creative,
gift these to set operatives, and some of the furnishing provide unique cutscenes and animations.
They got very
For example,
big
this
creations on
patch
the
allows
girls.
Narita, the operative,
They got a
introduced in the last
massive
update,
personality,
to have her
right?
own room with dedicated
Very big
furniture
personality,
sets.
huge.
Since I was playing the game for the
Huge
past month
personality.
or so, I actually have Narita in my roster, so I can showcase it firsthand. The majority of said furniture have their idle animations, or this one that has its own cutscene, which also changes the lighting of the room. Again, while you can use the premium currency to buy these furniture, it is possible to just simply play the game and use the dorm mode's own vouchers to buy them too. Ever since the introduction of these interactable skins, Snowbreak has cemented itself as some of the best creators for in-game cosmetics. I probably don't need to say this, but this game is a paradise for those looking into some quality fan service. Usually, skins provide a either static sprite or a simple outfit change, but here in Snowbreak, the skins extend to the battle animations, the victory poses, and at times even a fully interactable scene with hidden Easter eggs. If you head into the shop, there are a lot of them. They look meticulously detailed in both textures and animations. There's a general lack of quality skins that come with unique voice lines and a fully interactable scene for affordable prices. So what Snowbreak is doing is just not something you see every day. It's very clear that Amazing Season Games knows what they're good at, and they're even better at delivering it. Anyways, out of the gachas I've played in the past couple years, Snowbreak is one that I can endorse any day. Ever since I first covered the game last year, there have been many improvements made to the player experience, as well as securing its place as providing some of the best fan service you'll see in gacha games. At its current state, the guaranteed rate-up banner types, the ability to farm for character limit break levels, the low maintenance nature of the logistics system, the variety of events available, and of course,
like, the reality is, for most gachas, I'm not gonna play them. Unless they pay me, I won't play most of them. They need to have another reason why I'm there to be somewhat interested, otherwise, like, I won't touch them. Like, they need to have something else there. But they're all lacking that. Almost all of them are lacking it. It's why I don't touch any of them.
the impeccable customization of...
Like, here's the thing as well, man. With turn-based RPGs especially, the Gacha's version of turn-based are always gonna be dog shit. And I could be playing literally decades of turn-based games that are always going to be way better than this shit. So like, why wouldn't I play those instead? MC Hammers, I can't touch this. Sure.
Cosmetics and skins.
Sure.
Again,
then.
I don't take sponsors unless I can personally see myself playing a certain game. And Snowbreak is one title that I've spent both time and money in. If Snowbreak has caught your interest, use the link in the description to install it today. Thank you for tuning into this overview of the game and its newest patch.
Alright, good for him. Okay, so in my reacts... which video was it I sent here that I'm just not gonna look at that one? I think it was this one. We're not gonna watch this one. Because, there's another video instead that I found. Instead. That we'll watch instead, because, yeah, I don't respect her anyways. So we got this one.
I don't know what this like weird cope is about this stuff.
Oh wait.
Like I don't know what this weird cope is.
Oh
about
wait,
this
it's the
stuff.
wrong
like,
video.
No one's saying, yes, other characters can deal with the miasma mechanic.
Alright,
but
it's
no
a different
one.
one.
Can do it quite like Yishuan. And they happen to pull her on banner at the same time the boss comes out. It's slimy. Why is that such a bad thing for like me to
The
say?
stupid cabinet person. I don't respect the fucking Kurobots, man. I don't want to give them views.
Really quick.
I won't give them the one view.
Zenless Zone Zero 2.0 drops on Friday. The hype's been real, but so has the scrutiny. And right in the middle of it, we've got an exchange between two creators. EO, a Zenless-focused content creator who's been testing characters in the creator experience server and covering the game consistently.
I don't want to give them
Captain
views.
Cabinets, who's known for speaking her mind when it comes to Hoyoverse games. Now, in most cases,
If it's another video that talks about them, sure.
But the tone
But I won't
of
watch
this
their
scene
own
and
stuff
what it
directly,
represents,
no.
It's different, and a lot of people felt it. It starts
But
with
I
EO
saw this in
posting a,
Mr. Cake
jab at the
Discord. I
usual
scrolled up a
post-release
bit
doomers.
to find it.
Starting to believe everything new equals power creep to some of y'all. Then Captain Cabinets jumps in with the more serious reply, what would you call implementing a mechanic that targets a specific character that conveniently is also on the banner?
Okay.
And from there, it spirals into accusations that Zenless is launching challenges just to sell you the solution.
Yeah.
To his credit, doesn't go nuclear.
I mean, yeah. I mean, that's pretty obvious. These games create problems and sell you the solution. Yeah. It is what it is. Unfortunately.
Just explains calmly that Yishuan isn't the only way to counter the miasma.
He got
mechanic.
banned from Twitch for a
He's
week.
just the
Yeah,
most
good for him.
efficient. There are existing units who can handle it. It's not a must-pull situation. It's a classic case of synergy. Even after the clarification from someone who's had hands-on experience, Captain still leans a bit skeptical, saying, isn't it a little bit off? Yishuan still does it better than anyone else. It's a bit slimy. And then you see EO says the counter to miasma isn't Yishuan, it's the defensive mechanics that already exist in the game. Yishuan just does it better because she has so
It's like only for a week,
many
I know,
defensive
right?
mechanics as well as offensive. It's like saying Siege's power creep because she has a manual parry, but everyone has this available to them in the game.
You gotta love, though, like, how Hoyo shit lives rent-free in their
And
minds.
here's where the conversation starts becoming less about facts and more about vibes.
Uh-huh.
So, I want to break that down. I want to talk about that. Why this kind of criticism lands differently on who it's coming from.
Oh, damn, we got a video of, like, they can't recommend Mario Kart World. I kinda wanna see it. Because I wanna know if it proves that I was right. Because, like, yeah, it's just... Oh, what's this one? A Wuthering Waves? She tried to go PvP this dude, too. Oh, boy. Oh, we got more shit, too. You know, we're gonna watch this dude. Instead of some of those reacts.
When a creator who mostly focuses on what some people would call slop content, or only ever brings up Zenless Zone Zero when they've got something negative to say, it's gonna come off a certain way. And it's not that criticism isn't allowed. In fact, it's necessary.
They nuked it because it was inactive after a bit.
Never engage with the game's community outside of a hot take, and suddenly you're weighing in on
Interesting, my TikTok stream got nuked
thing like the miasma mechanic.
after a bit. I guess because we stopped
People
playing the
are
game.
going to give you the side eye. It'd be a different story if there was already a balance, if you built up some rapport with the ZZZ player base.
Nah, I'm good,
just
Tara, I
post
don't
first
care.
Impressions or breakdowns
Not
with
really.
a neutral tone. That way, when you do raise concerns, people are more likely to listen to what you have to say. Why does this keep happening? This isn't just a Zenless thing.
It's not.
It's
yeah.
a Gacha scene thing.
Exactly. And because they sell power. So one of the ways they can convince and sell you more power is by creating issues to then sell you a solution.
Genshin players have seen this. HSR players have seen this. Hell, even Tower of Fantasy went through it. There's this pattern where creators from one community pop into another.
Oh, this one?
Only when they've got something negative to say.
Yep. That's what happens. They only go into ToF to say something negative and that's it. Without even knowing what they're talking about.
And no matter how fair the critique might be, it still feels invasive.
Yep.
It's the difference between being part of the conversation and just crashing the party. And when creators do this consistently, criticizing without context, speaking on balance without touching the content firsthand, the content that isn't even out yet, that comes out this Friday, it creates a defensive reaction from the actual player base, not because people can't handle criticism, but because they know when someone hasn't been here long enough to actually get it.
Yep.
Personally, I think Captain Cabinet's made a fair point in theory. Games that sell you the solution to a problem they just introduced, that can be sketchy.
I mean, didn't Wu already do that too with their more recent characters? Aren't they already doing that?
But in this case, the claim just doesn't hold up. EO backed it up with game knowledge, tested results, and even went server diving to prove his point. So if you're gonna throw around words like slimy, the bar needs to be higher. None of us know how bad this is yet until obviously the content drops on Friday. Zenless is still trying to find its voice. It's still trying to form its identity, right? And it's kind of frustrating when creators outside the community jump in and frame that early growth as failure, just because it doesn't mirror their preferred game's model.
Okay.
At the end of the day, critique and curiosity both have a place, but timing, tone, and track record matter. If you only show up to throw shade, don't be shocked when no one takes you seriously.
Okay.
Engage with games the way you want people to engage with your content. With a little effort, a little honesty, and maybe just a bit of grace. If you enjoy this video, leave a like, comment, and subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you guys on the next one. Peace.
And there goes that one. And then here, Wuthering Waves content creator tried to cook him. There was a part 2 to it. Oh boy. Let's go! She cooks herself instead. How well did she cook herself? Medium rare? Well done, congratulations. How well was she cooked? I'm just gonna comment that. How well was she cooked? Medium rare? Well done. Congratulations. Nobel Prize, maybe? I don't know. how well was she cooked? She put herself in the microwave. In the 20 kilowatt hour microwave. The 20 kilowatt microwave. I don't know why, but freaking mine just felt like, ah yes, 20 kilowatt hours. Yeah, she's in there for an hour. The 20 kilowatt microwave for an hour. Run cook time 1 hour. Gotta cook her till. Congratulations. Alright, we we're not gonna watch her. Instead, we watch something else critiquing her.
Yesterday, I was supposed to have a civil discussion with
Oh
Captain
boy.
Cabinets explaining the point that was missed by her and her chat in my video.
Oh boy.
I was met with slurs, and it even got to the point where the creator in question had to step in and time out a chatter that went too far.
Okay.
This chat calls me the Saint Tauntas of ZZZ. Okay. I don't think they understand what that sounds like, so today I'm here to educate you so you can tell the difference. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, today we have a creator that went ahead and misrepresented a point of speculation as to why the Hoyo community gets defensive about Lua CCs, specifically the ones that shit talk the game or blatantly lie.
Let's notice how the damage numbers are hidden. I do believe that the ZZZ early access CCs were told to hide damage numbers, especially when they were doing comparisons of damage.
I mean, it makes sense why they would want to hide it from view in certain contexts there. There are reasons why you might want to hide things. Just so it would look nicer, look better. Or if the numbers are not final. Because the reality is people are too fucking stupid to read a disclaimer. That if something wasn't final and is still subject to change, there are a lot of people out there that won't read that disclaimer. So it's even better to just hide it from view, so you can and claim nothing. But yeah, nah.
Damage between different W engines, so that it wouldn't become super clear the massive disparity in damage
It's too short.
between the signature W engine and the free-to-play options. Stop the cap.
Stop the cap, yeah.
So we can see against this wanted enforcer, that last part of her basic was critting.
Yeah, he got banned again. Good for him. Serves him right.
And against this enemy, which I'm pretty sure has lower defense, correct me if I'm wrong, but
Alright.
it's also doing 3,160.
Captain Cabinets decided to upload a reaction to my video, completely misrepresenting the entire point and only providing straw man arguments to fit her narrative.
Of course.
And I'm not gonna lie, ladies and gentlemen, it's a little bit stinky.
Yep.
There are two major points in question that I seem to have to stress and spell out for you. One being the history of Hoyo. We have never had a CE server where content was allowed to be released and talked about early.
Oh,
Years
okay.
ago when I played Genshin, we only had Ziox and a few other CCs making guides on the game, and no hate to Ziox, but if a fucked up character or mechanic was being introduced, I can guarantee you wouldn't hear about it. Fast forward today, we have CCs being transparent, offering showcases, numbers, spreadsheets, and we are calling them liars.
Yeah.
Your daddy, Tectone, who I have no issue with, by the way, has stated as long as ZZZ makes less than HSR in Genshin, the devs will continue to listen.
They won't listen now. They've never listened. They have never listened. They've indoctrinated. I don't believe they've ever listened, just indoctrinated. From what I've seen and how they've done things, I will never look at it as devs listened, but a devs indoctrinated. They made them believe they listened. And that's me personally, though.
And trust me, I understand the fool me twice, shame on me mentality.
Yep.
However, we have proof of the devs stating they don't want power creep to become a problem.
Okay.
The Way even wanted to charge for Bang Boos, and the devs spoke out and said no, they were against that.
Okay.
Post edit. I am no shill. I've spoken out against Hoyo many times. I will 100% keep it real. I'm gonna keep it a buck. The only game I will ever shill is Expedition 33. I'll definitely shill that game. That is one of the greatest games ever made. And I mean, we've seen Captain Cabin's parry in that game, and that shit's kind of rough. So I can see why you don't play it anymore. Anyways, point number 2, which was taken as a personal attack, which I'm gonna be honest, it's a little bit slimy or a little bit off, you could say. This was a point needed to be stressed visually, I guess. There's a reason when a creator like Gacha Smack, even though he doesn't make Hoyo content anymore, there's a reason people listen. There will always be some pushback in any existing community because some people are just too far gone.
Okay.
When he has a controversial take, he approaches it with elegance and civil discourse.
Unless he's hiding his hypocrisy about... But we all know that freaking Gacha Smack is a massive hypocrite. He admitted to it in a way that he would bury it as well. That NTE video was proof enough that he's a massive hypocrite. But hey, it is what it is.
Your goofy ass decided to be disingenuous and purposefully missed the point entirely. The video was never entirely about you. It was about the tweet, but it was about a deeper issue. Right? You see the duality here? When a creator speaks calmly and respectfully, it signals emotional control and confidence. Viewers are more likely to trust someone who seems composed, even if they disagree, because it feels like that person is coming from a place of logic, not personal bias or spite. On the other hand, if someone's yelling or ranting or constantly berating the community, it can feel like they're lashing out emotionally. That makes viewers less likely to engage seriously with what they're saying, even if the underlying point is valid. Calm creators tend to acknowledge the gray areas. They'll say something like, I could be wrong, or I understand why people feel this way. That kind of nuance builds credibility and shows they're not pushing a one-sided agenda.
Sure.
In contrast, an aggressive tone often oversimplifies things into us versus them, which can alienate viewers who are on the fence or just want to understand the issue better. At the end of the day, people mirror what they see. A creator who shows respect for differing opinions, even strong ones, is more likely to create a space where dialogue feels safe. Viewers are more likely and willing to listen because they don't feel like they're being attacked just for thinking differently.
Okay.
If someone seems like they're constantly at war with the community, viewers start tuning out, not necessarily because of the message, but because of the messenger. Rage fatigue is an actual thing. It can burn people out over time. Viewers start to feel exhausted by a constant negativity. Calm creators, they offer a mental break from that. They're like, I guess like the eye of the storm or some shit, right? This functions as a way for people to think through the drama instead of getting swept up in it entirely. Ladies and gentlemen, if you enjoyed, leave a like, comment, subscribe to the channel. Goofy ass Wooba community. Some of you not.
Yeah, I'll just watch it from this guy to see what he has to say instead of reacting to the fucking thing from the pieces of shit. I'll get it from someone else. I'm like, yeah, nah. And I link these two instead. I'm like, I'm not gonna watch her. I'm not giving her the view. The worst critique in Woowa history? Fuck no. We saw that video before. No. Instead of marking it with the thing, I've just put a no. I just put a no instead. And then here, I put the thumbs up. I'm like, no, I'm not giving him the view. I have no respect for them. Give it from someone else. I'm not gonna give them the view. I am not. No. Again, I'm like, no. I refuse. Oh, these are like some old ones we've already seen. Some of them. Yeah, it is. It does have bad writing. I do agree with that thing. Okay, yeah. There's not that many reacts. Okay. But I'm like, yeah, no. We'll look at it from the Loki Gacha guy. Oh, and this one, Zenless 2.0 isn't even out. It's already being doom posted. Oh wait, no, I want to see the Mario Kart World one. This one seems interesting.
The Nintendo Switch 2 is out. I've got my hands on one for the purposes of review of making this video. And if you've seen the thumbnail,
He replied. Burnt to a crisp. He replied to it. I'm like, how well was she cooked? Nobel Prize maybe burnt to a crisp. I got a reply. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna thumb him up. He likes the joke.
you already know where this is headed. Now, let me just start off by saying that I think that console launches have changed a lot. From being this huge moment of excitement and coming home with a haul of games and just being excited at everything, looking forward to everything.
Yeah.
And from the PS4 onwards to now, they've become like promises of the future.
Promises,
They're just
yeah.
selling you hope that
They're selling you a promise. And yeah, I refuse to buy a promise.
later on it will be a worthwhile purchase.
Uh-huh.
And the Nintendo Switch 2 aligns with that perfectly. It
Yep.
also aligns with just being very iterative. It is definitely true
Yep.
to its name. It's a Nintendo Switch, but more. It's a more powerful and overall better Nintendo Switch, and with a price tag to accompany that.
Yep.
But it's also coming in at a time where customers have the least faith they've ever had in the video game industry.
Exactly.
And where more and more customers every day are more savvy and more in tune with it, as we get more careful with our spending. And the combination
Yep.
of these things all together really play against the Switch 2 and ultimately lead me to the conclusion that I can only in good faith recommend this console to a very small number of people, a very
Yep.
specific group of people.
Okay.
And definitely I cannot recommend it to most people. There is a
Yep.
lot about the Switch 2 that I just don't like. There is a lot about its software offerings. There is a lot about the console itself that I think
Okay.
is lacking, especially for the price point. There is a lot that I don't like about what it symbolizes for the industry and how it's kind of pushing us in a direction that I don't
just the
think is
collection
healthy
people,
for it.
yeah.
And despite all of that, I am very true to my word when I consider myself a reviewer, and I will be as fair as I can to this console, and I will have things to recommend about it. Chief of them all, Mario Kart World, which comes with a ton of caveats, including its price and again, a lot of the impact that this is having on the industry at large. But even beyond that, comes with quite a few caveats. So hi, I'm Mug, and if you're new here, welcome. And if you're not
I also
new
heard
here,
they got rid of 200cc
it's
from Mario
great
Kart
to
World.
see. This
Yep.
video is my initial review of the Nintendo Switch 2, and it's going to be first a review of Mario Kart World, and then
Okay.
that's going to tie
Mario Kart
into
World.
the console itself, the hardware of it, the rest of the software that's available for it, the potential software of the future, and how I think it sits in the overall world, the industry of games at the moment, which is probably the most damning part of the whole video. And yes, in order to do this review, I actually had to go and get myself ripped off by buying the Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour thing, and that would have not been financially possible without the support of Displate, which is this
Okay.
video's sponsor. In case you're only vaguely aware of them or have thought about them, it directly supports the channel in getting more awesome partnerships like this one. So thank you to Displate.
There also isn't any cup classes for online mode? Oh, rip.
For
Damn.
sponsoring, and thank you for watching. Now look, I call them like I see them. I hate Mario Kart World's price. I hate what it stands for as a price increase, and a lot of things I've talked about on the channel before. I've had a lot to say about that, but if I want to judge Mario Kart World as a game, ignoring everything outside of it, I think it's a pretty good game. I spent about 8 hours playing it. I've had the opportunity to play every single track multiple different times and really get a good feel for it. Bottom line is, it's a really good game, and I personally don't think that Nintendo fumbled what is the sequel to one of the best-selling, most popular games of all time in Mario Kart 8. However, that doesn't mean that it's worth the price of admission, both its actual price of admission and the other part of it being having to buy a new console for it. But before we get there, let me start off with the positives. Mario Kart World is the Nintendo charm that people know and love. When we talk about the exceptional quality that Nintendo can put out from its first-party games, it's here. It's definitely here. It's just packed with charm and detail ideas that I do think actually help.
I mean, I don't know, man. I really don't really see much of anything from this track.
Progress a little bit more into the future, specifically in the context of things like online lobbies and how those flow. Still has some problems with online and matchmaking and rooms
Online
and like
stuff,
joining together with friends, but you know, 1-2 punch of Night Rain and Mario Kart World, I guess. But its open world does matter, and it does actually influence the overall immersion of it and the kind of vibe of just hanging out in this space and getting to explore it. Some of the more specific gameplay changes, things like grinding rails and wall riding, are
oh wow, look, we can go to Radical Highway, except not Radical.
Really cool. A lot of the
Alright, you can go ride on that bridge. You can go grind rail on that bridge, except it's really slow.
overall design of the tracks, I really enjoy. They
Right?
follow the design trends of the DLC tracks of Mario Kart 8 more than base, actually following more on a lot of jumping and acrobatics, and now with the grinding and wall riding, some tricky, interesting routes, and a lot of routes as well. And I like that a lot more than just standard knowing how to cut certain corners and a lot of drifting. I think it's more dynamic and more entertaining and makes it more engaging every single second. So it's got a pretty overall great track selection, I would say. It's got a ton of characters, of costumes,
but a lot of the tracks just feel like straight lines.
Costumes for all characters,
which is kind of
some have none,
unfortunate.
and it kind of feels bad, especially Cow, because everybody loves Cow. But cheap supremacy. I think it's pretty obvious that it looks incredible, and it does serve as an accurate tech demo, how much we are increasing in power from the Switch 1, that this game can look the way it looks and run the way it does, especially, for example, online with 24 players and the mayhem that ensues.
Perfect game for 200cc, but they got rid of 200cc.
A jump there, and
it'd be great if they had 200cc if they had it, but they got rid of it. Oh yeah, I'm gonna assume they got rid of mirror mode as well. No shot they have mirror mode, right? No shot they got mirror mode as well. Yep.
That's apparent in a lot of the technical stuff. It brings a soundtrack that we will be listening to for many, many, many years to come, and that is just phenomenal and to the same standard as the Mario Kart 8 Deluxe soundtrack. And just from an artistic perspective, it is drop dead gorgeous a lot of the time, and that's pretty clear. But there is still a healthy amount of negative. The biggest negative that Mario Kart World suffers from is the existence of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe.
Yeah.
Now, look, I feel like this is a bit of a bigger conversation, but the gist of it is that we're entering a
honestly,
world of
I
video
think I would
games
rather
where
just
a
play
lot of
Deluxe.
games are not just games; they're also platforms. Some of that more literal than others, with things like Roblox or Fortnite. But
like, it doesn't look interesting. It's just like, Mario Kart 8 looks so much more interesting, despite it being an old ass Wii U game from like 10 years ago. I'd rather play Mario Kart 8. Honestly. Honestly, it doesn't even matter if they have mirror mode or not. The tracks are just boring. Especially when most of them are straight lines. You can't really do much when you mirror a straight line. Anyways, so it's like, whatever. It's just, they look kind of boring. They're not really that interesting. I don't know why I would play that instead of something else. But yeah. And like, again, like, honestly, I'd rather just play Mario Kart 8 instead of the thing.
Think of something like Monster Hunter as well. Monster Hunter Wilds is a fantastic video game, but one of its biggest problems is that it's not chock full of content in the same way that its predecessors are, thanks to, you know, existing for a very long time with continuous support and even expansions that make them...
With all 96, yeah, there's like more tracks and there's more everything. Yeah, exactly. You can have all the things in there, but if you don't do anything with it, it's just boring. And that's the problem. The game is just boring. It doesn't do anything with it. Like, cool, you can go grind rails and stuff. And then what? So then what? It's like you have this, but then what? You know, grinding up the rail on a suspension bridge was cool back in the year 2000 or something. Back in 2001, when you could grinding on a suspension bridge. Except at least Sonic Adventure 2 made it a lot more interesting than just, oh yeah, it's just an automated thing there. It's a lost art, exactly. And the thing is, game developers, they ignore that aspect, man. The funny thing is, with all the game surveys and stuff I've done and seen, only one game developer has actually even acknowledged the existence of level design, which is sad. I don't know why. I've especially for like all these gachas and stuff, I get sent things to look at and things to fill out all the time. Right? I ignore a lot of them. There's some that I do accept. But only one of them has ever acknowledged level design, which is just sad. Right? Like, it's just really sad. They patent too many things. Yeah, they patent everything they can so they don't have to compete with someone who actually gives a damn. And like, for me personally, it's like, and then you have people like throwing the blame at AI or whatever, when AI isn't the problem. Because at the end of the day, right, AI is just a tool. That's how I look at it. Right? You can do whatever you want. You can pump it full of AI. I don't really care. But the game itself has to be fun and interesting. And worth my time. That's the thing, right? I don't care about AI stuff in there. Most people don't give a fuck. But like, I end up like with a lot of these things, I just end up like disappointed when the game is missing the actual fucking game. Right? Like, the thing is with a lot of these things, right, when you're playing a game or whatever, when you're doing stuff in there, it's the one situation where you can definitely say the journey is more important than the destination. But yeah. But then again, you hear people act and talk about things in certain ways where like they completely forget that point. They lost the plot. I mean, I saw the pictures you sent me. They just slapped the sticker and the code in there, yeah. It's like, where's the rest and everything? It's like, where? Oh, it is what it is. But yeah, it's like, these days, like, the more interesting things come from, like, the fucking indie devs is where you're gonna find all the interesting things. Or smaller studios actually trying stuff. A lot of these other, like, big publishers with their other stuff under their belt, they're just putting out the same boring crap repackaged over and over. And, like, they kind of just feel like they're missing something. I mean, you guys remember when I played Stellar Blade the other day? I really, like, my first impressions was it was missing something. I don't think it's bad per se, but it definitely felt like it could have been a lot more interesting and engaging if they added a couple things to it. But they didn't. If it didn't feel as scripted, with some of the stuff and added more to it, it would have made it a lot more interesting. But like, again, like, it's in a few days, right? In like 5 days or so. 5-6 days from now, we'll play Stellar Blade. We'll play through it. We'll see more of it for what it is. So there's that. But yeah. The free roam does have missions, but that doesn't tell me it's worth $80. Exactly. The grinding was already in Mario Kart 8, yeah, and it was in Sonic. The stunts were taken from Air Rider. But like, again, like, they just don't look interesting, man. In there. They just look bland and boring. And at the same time, too, like, they kind of forgot the whole reason why people liked or would, like, really go after with Mario Kart. And they didn't capitalize on the fact that they added more players. Like, the whole point of Mario Kart and why it was, like, a fun party game and stuff was because of how chaotic and hectic everything was. But then, like, you look at fucking gameplay of Mario Kart 8, or not Mario Kart 8, Mario Kart World, and it just looks extremely boring and just uninteresting. It's missing those other factors to it. It's not the hectic, crazy, chaotic mess that you would expect from the other games that really made it made them really interesting and whatever. It's just there. Alright, like, I doubt they have anything else interesting as well to do with the rail grinding thing. It's just another path up there and that's it. Maybe you're more vulnerable to items, but like, if the item isn't gonna get up there to hit you, it doesn't matter.
These huge beasts that are very different from what they were on day one. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is like that. Sure,
Yep.
It launched with a bunch of content, but since then, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is just a huge package of both quantity and quality.
You would have enjoyed if there was a pit row and the fact that you could replace the tires and fill in the carts with gas and stuff. Like, oh, you mean a pit crew and everything? I mean, I guess that could have been interesting, but here's the thing, Dara. Sure, you add that extra piece of gameplay there, but it doesn't change the fact that look at this. Look at how many racers you see here. That's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's 12 kart racers right here on the screen. There's absolutely nothing going on here. You can count 12 of them in view here. But there's absolutely nothing going on. Like, this is just like a freaking long-ass stretch of road that's just completely barren and empty. And there's nothing going on here. This is Mario Kart, but like, there's nothing going on here. You wouldn't even tell, man. This is like the freaking AI. This is like, yeah, there's supposed to be 24 racers. 24 racers, and you're telling me that there's nothing going on with 24 racers? Like, what the fuck? What kind of fucking Mario Kart is this shit? You got 24 racers, and there's literally nothing going on the screen. You know, the game where, like, you have items and shit being thrown out and swung at each other like crazy, you know? And there's nothing. There's nothing going on.
Mario Kart World is essentially the launch of a new platform, and it just can't compete with what is already there for the finished state of the previous one over 10 years. And normally, while many people do want to jump into the latest, hottest thing, even if it is probably, with these sorts of cases on day one, less of a complete or even exciting game compared.
There's not enough anything. Exactly, and that's why I'm like, it looks boring. Like, you think this would be where, like, okay, they can come in swinging, make something crazy and cool and interesting. And then you look at it and it's just like, eh? That it? Really? I'm not talking about the gimmicks part. I'm talking about the actual racers interacting with each other. I'm not talking about the gimmicks on the tracks. Though most of these tracks are just boring straight lines anyways, from what I've seen. I'm talking about the interaction with the racers, man. They're like not doing anything. It just looks freaking boring, man. And the thing is, too, if you're not gonna have any crazy interactions there, Why not just go play like a higher, more detailed sim racer with more actual like driving and car mechanics and stuff? And the cars go way faster in those games because they're not fucking go-karts moving at 150cc at the fastest. They're like actual souped up cars. Why not go play one of those instead? Like, why not go play like a sim racer that's like an arcade sim racer, a rally sim racer, or like a different other type of sim racer? Why not go play one of those instead? If like the freaking party game go-kart racer thing doesn't have the fun party shit going on, like even without the gimmicks on the tracks, there's just like nothing going on. I know, you know what? They should actually. That sounds like it'd actually be pretty cool if they did. Just combine Gen 1 through 4 together, rework it into one game. Sure, why not? Right, like why not? That sounds like it'd be great, actually. They're trying to mix Mario Kart and Forza, but they're not taking the advantages of either. Exactly! Like, at this point, like, I would rather play an older Mario Kart game or just go play Forza. Why the fuck would I play Mario Kart World when I can go play a different racing game that has that does each aspect better? But yeah, like, this shit will sell even better than every new game they're releasing now, yeah. It is what it is, man.
To its previous iteration, you jump in excited to be there or to jump in for the full ride of getting the experience as it comes out, as things get updated and more content appears. Now, some people already don't like that. And this experience, Mario Kart World, is tied to a pretty huge price tag for both the game and a brand new console to jump into an experience like it. As the foundation of a brand new, potentially 10-year run of Mario Kart World, I think what's here is really good. I have some nitpicks. There are things that I don't enjoy as much, from UI stuff down to the fact that I don't think that the open world, for as immersive as it is and how much I do think it is impactful, isn't really taken advantage of. I think that a hub-like open world structure similar to something like Crash Team Racing or Diddy Kong Racing would have benefited this game greatly in giving you a more direct and immediate excuse for you to jump into the open world, explore, and do the P-Switch challenges and all the things that are there. Because there are incentives to do it. It's just that the game never really puts it in front of you. You kind of have to dig into the menu and then start free roam, and then you can explore the open world. So sometimes it feels like that was just an afterthought or a filler to, you know, accommodate the new idea of driving from one course to another, which is one of the biggest pros, in my opinion. It keeps the overall gameplay fresh, and the fact that you're going to end up doing a lot of courses and their transitional sections in reverse, or
it's not like you don't like Mario Kart World. It's just a very beautiful game, but they think the game is $80
themselves, or that don't show up as often in a multiplayer.
Like at most, maybe $20 for this game. I wouldn't pay $80 for it. I'd pay more for Mario Kart 8 than I would pay for this. Like Mario Kart 8, sure, $40 game. This I'd say $20. Mario Kart 8 is a lot more interesting than that shit. Yeah, best $30, yeah. This is just
lobby when you're hopping around. All of that is cool and immensely helps with replayability and keeping the game fresh for years to come.
But like, I also just don't get what's the point of doing this stuff in there.
Foundation for things, but that doesn't mean that having a foundation of what will be a game that will compete with Mario Kart 8 Deluxe locked behind this huge price tag is something that you should invest in today. Much like with that Monster Hunter example and plenty of other games like that, you're just going to be more rewarded for your patience with an inevitable complete edition. Whatever it may be, you're just gonna get a better experience down the line.
Yep.
And by that point, potentially, you're going to have that experience on a console that might be cheaper, might come with a better bundle, or might have more games.
You compare this with God of War, which has like 3 times more content.
I use it for as much as I like Mario Kart World, and I think it's charming, and I have just a lot of positive things to say, and I have enjoyed my time with it. And
like, it does look like a glorified tech demo.
And to spend some time with family and friends playing.
And at the same time, too, for a racing game, it doesn't really feel fast. It feels really slow.
More of it. I don't think it's a system seller, because we keep forgetting that a lot of games like this are now games as a service or platforms for content down the line. And this is just day one. So yes, I do think Mario Kart World is pretty great, but also, no, I don't think it's worth the $80 asking price, or in some other countries, I have friends in Europe that have seen prices of €90 for it, which is crazy. I don't think it's worth that. And I don't think it's worth the price tag of the Switch 2, even if you wanted to consider it a $50 game, because you're getting it in a bundle. None of that is to take away the fact that what is there, I really enjoy, and I think it's a great game. It's just that the deck is kind of stacked against it. Now, obviously, if you are picking up a Switch 2 for one of the reasons we'll discuss in a moment, yes, get the Mario Kart World one. Duh. Like, because like otherwise, like, why? But really, a lot of the reasons why I don't think you should pick up Mario Kart World are tied to why I think you shouldn't pick up a Switch 2, at least not right now. This surprisingly large and really well built and kind of really nice console here is a pretty big departure from the Nintendo Switch, and many of those things are not positive, actually. The Nintendo Switch 2 is a big non-OLED but still very beautiful screen, heavy, powerful, portable hybrid console. It is also considerably more expensive than the Nintendo Switch, even if you want to adjust for inflation.
It is also more expensive than a Steam Deck.
And what you really have to look at is cost of living across the many different...
Yeah, and Euro worth more than USD too,
countries and their currencies. It's a much more difficult thing to calculate. And yes, we can talk about what matters most.
Yeah, no, honestly, I think what's gonna happen is like the Switch 2 will sell out for a bit, and then it's just gonna stop. Kind of like the Wii U. It's just gonna like fall off. Because like, again, like with the realities, it's priced too high. They don't really have anything interesting there. You can get a regular Switch and play all the older stuff in there. That's where all the things are anyways. For less. You can buy PC handhelds for the same price. Or in the case of the Steam Deck, for a lot cheaper as well. You can play a lot more games on those ones as well. It's like... Yeah, and then like, if you're buying some of those games, they'll be cheaper on those things as well. Than playing them and buying them on the Switch too. The same time too, you don't have to deal with Nintendo's bullshit. So it's like, why not buy those other things instead? I'm not even, not to mention the Switch emulator. Exactly. Like, I didn't even bring that up. It's just like, yeah. And like, here's the thing, right? It's like, do you want to switch to emulator to play Mario Kart World? Like, we already established the fact that we don't care to play it. So it's not like we would care about an emulator to play that one game. Right? It's just, yeah. The ones who actually had it pre-demo couldn't play it. Oh, that's sad. That is so sad.
Are games, but at a console's launch, the price does matter to a lot of people. The Nintendo Switch 2 feels much more like a premium tech luxury product than a lot of the toys that Nintendo has put out before. And I don't say that as a negative. I mean that more as an intentional design choice to make them feel fun. And while I do have a lot of positive things to say about the console itself, let me get some of the negatives out of the way. It's not an OLED screen, even if it is
Yep.
HDR and I'm an HDR evangelist. I think these joysticks are bad. I do not like them. I
Yeah.
do not enjoy them. They are not Hall effect. We know what Nintendo does with the previous Joy-Cons. I don't expect them to last. I don't
Yep.
expect them to hold up over time.
Mhm.
And they are incredibly expensive controllers. Buttons though,
Yep.
buttons are nice, and so are the bumpers and the trigger. And of course, I hate the
Yeah, the ones who owned the game card or had the code, they could enter into the eShop and they could play right out of the box. It is a mess,
chat
man.
button. I hate the chat button and everything it represents. I hate that there's a button gated behind getting a subscription. But I
Yep.
do like the size of it. I like the weight of it. I like how premium it feels. I love the little magnets. This is undeniably very satisfying to do. You just kind of click right there. That's good. But a lot of that comes with the fact that it is no longer this accessible toy thing. I think the way
Yep.
that I view it is that the Nintendo Switch was the first time that Nintendo, in a very smart decision that I thought it was very smart, and obviously the market has proven that it was, Nintendo consolidated their portable efforts and their console efforts under one roof. It's a console you can take on the go, and that means we're also consolidating our software. All of our teams are now making games for the one Switch. That also meant that they had to strike a balance for the fans of Nintendo that were used to spending a certain amount of money on portable consoles and on the portable games, and the people who
Yep.
were used to the full console experience. And I think they struck a very good balance with the Switch, its price point, and how they got there when it comes to the materials of it and its overall feel. And they hammered home both of the other directions by having the Switch OLED as a more premium experience and the Switch Lite as more of this just straight up toy experience that felt much more comfortable to give to like small children, or something to have as a secondary Switch, or just the type of portable console. And they started from that very solid middle ground, both in construction and in pricing. The Switch 2 feels like they're starting on the premium end of the
I
spectrum.
see.
This is not a console that I would like to give young children for Christmas.
Yep.
It's big, it's heavy, it feels fragile, and it's expensive enough that it would worry me tremendously if they broke it. Speaking more from people who are older and more invested in games, I think that the Switch landed at a price point and tech-wise in a location where a lot of people that mainly gamed on PC or mainly gamed on PlayStation or Xbox saw it as a great purchase to have a portable and also have access to those Nintendo first-party games. I think that now the Switch 2, in both its production and its price point and what it's aiming for, is not looking to be a second console. It's not looking to be the...
Exactly, it's not in that spot where it's like a secondary device. And because it's not in that spot anymore, it's like, okay, well, if you're priced this high, why would I get this one over a different secondary device that will probably have better battery life, run more games, run them better, have the games look better? I don't have to rebuy the games an additional time, so I can share it within one platform, right? I would have more options on what type of storage stuff I can use on those ones as well. And the overall cost of the games there would be a lot cheaper. And there'd be more things I could do with the device. It's like, man, what do I pick? I give up the Nintendo exclusives, which they don't really have anything interesting, but I gain all those other aspects. Or I lose all of that just to deal with the Nintendo bullshit. It's like, gee, what would I pick?
type of thing where I know people that own a Switch OLED and a Switch Lite, and they have one at like their parents' house and they have one in their bag. No.
No, I am not buying a Switch 2. There's like no games on it, and Mario Kart World looks really boring.
This is a different ball game. This is
It's also like more expensive, like too expensive for what it is.
the premium one, and you want to kind of treat it as such. And
So here's the thing, Tara. The Switch 2 is using an old Tegra chip that was meant to be put inside a car. They cut off 25% of the shader units from a 2020 car chip. For a car computer system chip, they took off 25% of its shaders, and they reduced its clock speed to about a quarter or half of what it's supposed to run at. And they passed that off as the chip for the Switch 2. It was a chip meant to be used in a car that was meant to be running at 40 to 80 watts. And they're trying to confine that to a 15, up to 15 watts in handheld, and maybe around 20 to 30 watts for docked. Roughly around there is my assumption. And that's how they're hitting those targets there. And here's the thing. Because it's based off of such an old chip, we've literally have handheld PCs integrated graphics on x86 that are more efficient. The fucking Steam Deck has a more efficient chip. Heck, what's funny is like on lower power modes, on like things like the Z1 Extreme, which again could go up to 30 watts, if they weren't running on the freaking garbage Windows, right? Like we've seen from videos showing SteamOS running on things like the ROG Ally and stuff. They perform really well. They perform on like the 15 watt mode. They perform almost as good as they do in 30 watt mode. Sometimes even better. Because Windows is just it's such a bloated mess that wastes resources, but that's its own other thing. You remember when Switch 1 came out, people went out with Switch plus PC. Now Nintendo people just go PC or PC plus Steam Deck. The Steam Deck is a PC. So it's like, okay, you buy PC, and then if you want to play games portably, you can buy one of many handheld PCs. You can buy a Steam Deck on the cheaper end, or you can buy any of the other ones from any of the other manufacturers, and just buy whichever one you like in terms of how it feels, the size, the weight, battery life, and all those other aspects. You could get one of those instead. Heck, no. I also have a fan on behind me, because it's hot. I have a fan on. Okay, I turned off the fan. Is that a little bit better? But yeah, I have a fan on. Oh shit, and let me just adjust where the fan is. Okay. Yeah, it's just been hot and humid the past couple of days. It just sounds different. Okay. Alright. But yeah. Okay then.
I don't like the shift towards it. I think that it is a mistake in the sense that you're...
But yeah, like the other thing too is the Switch 2 is just way too expensive. They're asking for way too much for what it is.
pricing out and kind of just pushing out a lot of your dedicated customer base. By the own admission of people like Doug Bowser, if you don't like the price of the Switch 2, they have a console for you.
Ah, yes, they have that. Yeah, I already have one. Actually, I have two of them. I haven't used them in a long-ass time, though. But I have two of them.
It's called the Switch 1. And despite the condescending tone of it, what I really think Doug Bowser would have liked to say in that situation is that we have a console for you. We're gonna have a Switch 2 Lite coming up soon because we know what part of our customer base we're alienating with the choices we're making. Now, for a lot of people, that description of the Switch 2 feeling
I mean, here's the thing, right? A Switch 2 Lite kind of sounds like ass. Especially if they take away the ability to dock it and get a display out.
Like just a more premium, more luxury product than the Switch 1 is just going to be great news. And I'm very happy for you. At the end of the day, you make your own decision.
Oh yeah, that's another reason why the Switch 2 is more expensive as well. The chip is a lot bigger. The actual chip inside the Switch 2 is physically larger than the chip inside the Steam Deck and the inside like the Z1 Extreme and a bunch of other laptops APUs configurations, the chip is physically larger. But then again, it's an older chip. An older, bigger chip that runs a lot slower.
I just don't like it from a business perspective or from the general perspective of losing sight of video games kind of having options for everybody. But to summarize, the hardware overall is nice. It's a nice console to hold in your hands, but it still has failings that I don't appreciate, like that OLED screen or like those joysticks, the price of the Joy-Cons, where I didn't feel very bad about giving like kids a Switch. I would not feel good handing a Switch 2 over to your kid. And it overall feels like Nintendo is prioritizing that luxury aspect of it. So here's the problem with that. If it's meant to be a primary console and not like the secondary Switch you buy along with your PlayStation, if it's not meant to be a Christmas present to kids, if it's priced and it feels like this premium product, that's great for the people with that amount of disposable income, but what about the hundreds of millions of people who actually have to care about how they spend their money? And the answer is, at the moment, given the software offering, people who are very invested into the Switch ecosystem. No, I'm not saying big Nintendo fans. Switch ecosystem. Here at launch, the Switch 2 has some interesting offerings. I'm surprised to say that stuff like Rune Factory Guardians of Ozma is a big deal. A lot of it is just third-party support and new games that weren't available on the Switch but were on other consoles, and now they can finally make the jump to the Switch 2. Some other notable stuff like Fast Fusion, which is the sequel to Fast RMX. That's a great $20 downloadable exclusive. And of course, Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour. We'll talk about that in just a moment. But aside from Mario Kart World, even a lot of the upcoming software, things like Metroid Prime 4 or Pokemon Legends ZA, are coming out on Switch 1. You don't need to upgrade to a Switch 2 to get that, and if you wait it out, like I said before, you might find it more attractive when there's like a lot more games. It's the fact that this console is very much just the Nintendo Switch 1, but stronger. The UI is basically identical. A lot of the things and how they work are just basically identical. The big changes are things like, hey, now you can pay for the subscription and get access to Nintendo's version of Discord. Cool. But that also means that the compatibility with things from the Switch is a very big deal and a notable part of this. If you are the type of person that lives around the Switch, some of those people I mentioned before, you run around with, you have a Switch at home and you have one in your bag and you have another one. Your Switch is just a big part of your life, be that because of its hybrid nature. And if that is you, the Switch 2 is for you. You're going to get a ton of upgraded versions of games that you already love, that you're already actively playing, or a huge backlog of games that you either can access or, let's be honest, that you bought and never played, that you can now play better on a better console overall. If that is you, the Switch 2 is a no-brainer because you're going to get a ton of value from it immediately. Otherwise, when we look at the software that the Switch 2 has available on day one, it's not actually very good, and it's not looking to get better with how many games are still going to be coming out on the Switch 1. And this is a tall asking price. And I'm going to talk about the Nintendo Switch Welcome Tour because I did buy it just to talk about it. You're welcome. Because it's going to segue to the final part of this video, which is where this sits in the industry and kind of what's happening overall. The Nintendo Switch Welcome Tour, which I believe is like $8 or $10, something like that, is a crime.
It is. They're selling you a freaking tech demo that should have been included.
Crime against the customer. The fact that this is not a free thing that comes packaged in and instead is a big, hey, be excited that you can also play Nintendo Switch Welcome Tour for extra money when you buy a Switch 2. It's not just that it's criminal because it's a tech demo. It's worse. It's a glorified advertisement for the console you just bought. This is a little piece of software where you get to walk around and be informed by people about the details and technology that make the Switch 2 so awesome, so spectacular, and then get to answer quizzes about the information that they just gave you. You get to play glorified tech demos, many of them obsessed with the use of the mouse pointer functionality of the Switch 2, which I don't think works very well and I don't like. Look, I'm a PC gaming nerd. I know how this mouse works. I don't want to use a Joy-Con as a mouse. You are paying for the console to
Right? Like, why would I want to use a Joy-Con for a mouse?
teach you to recognize the difference between 60 FPS and 120 FPS in side-by-side comparison shots. I have never felt more ripped off, and I own a Wii U. Now, it is, of course, worth mentioning that if what you care
I own a
about
Wii U
from the
too.
Switch 2 isn't the first-party games, and it's more about, hey, I like having a kind of hybrid thing I can take with me, but you're a PC gamer, the Steam Deck is a legitimate competitor both in price and specs,
It's
and you're
straight up
probably going to
cheaper.
find a Steam Deck 2 in the not too distant future.
Yeah.
So really, the scope of who
Maybe in a year or
the
two we'll
Nintendo
get a
Switch
Steam
2
Deck
is
too.
for, especially here at launch, keeps narrowing and narrowing and narrowing. But, and for people who know this channel and know a lot of the stuff I cover, this matters a lot. The Nintendo Switch 2 is a very, very bad omen in a way for the future.
Yep.
It's not just that Nintendo suddenly struck us by surprise and upped the overall price of video games, and regional pricing is now a mess, and just the chaos of just upping the overall price of games. It's that the Nintendo Switch 2, at its price point with how it's positioning its games here at release, was a not good price proposition, really. It wasn't good value for money because it was really expensive compared to the competition. And then Xbox raised the price of the Xbox mid-generation. And and Sony has done price increases as well. We are living in a world where Sony released a PS5 Pro.
Like, this is the first generation where they actually increased all the console prices during the generation instead of lowering them, which is crazy. The price go up instead of going down is the first time this has ever happened.
Oh, and that wasn't accompanied by a price decrease of the base model. They released an exorbitantly expensive Pro and raised the price of the base one.
Yep.
Suddenly, the Nintendo Switch 2 went from being the most expensive one of them to the cheapest one of them without new consoles releasing. It almost feels like it's Xbox and PlayStation returning the favor. Like, oh, you pushed for $80 games. We're gonna make your console look cheap by comparison. Let me just raise the price right now. We are living in a world where they are conditioning your behavior to buy consoles on day one, because you should be afraid that in 3 years, the same console, despite now being older, more outdated, probably cheaper to produce, will cost you more. In that regard, even though there are a lot of positives to what the Switch 2 does, and on a personal level, not mine, but yours, what it's doing, what I've described in this very video, might be exactly up your alley. And there are people, again, narrow scope, but people who will love what the Switch 2 has to offer for them, and it just fits perfectly into their lifestyle. But it is also a sign of video games becoming prohibitively expensive to a lot of people. Of not just its price or the price of games, but the price of everything in gaming going up in a way that does not feel proportional to the global economy. And something—
Of course it's not. It's like a fifth of it. Well, of course. They know they can get away with it, so they're scamming the thing on purpose.
Just overall further deepens the divide we have as customers with the people who make the things we love. You
want to know what chip is actually inside the Switch 2? That's cut down. We can find it right now. I believe it's this one. Yeah, it's this chip actually. This is the full chip over here. They cut off some of the CPU cores. This thing runs at 2 gigahertz and stuff like that. They drastically nerf it. They talk about the thing here. The full chip would come in a 64 gigabyte configuration. Obviously, they cut that all the way down to, what was it, 12 gigabytes or something? They're using 3 gigabyte modules. Oh no, it's not. This is on paper a lot better than that. This is actually on paper. If they actually used the full chip and ran it at the full speed, it would be slightly slower than a PS5. if they use the full speed, but they don't. So like we know what the thing would clock at. We have the specs here. This is the full shading unit, 2048. We can like look at the actual details. This is the chip here. Can I open the image in a better view? Here we go. This is the actual chip here. Let's see. Can we get a die of that one? Can we get a good picture of the die? Not a render of it, but like... Yeah, close enough though. You can kind of tell. These are memory chips around here. These are the memory chips. Over here is just a bunch of, just power circuitry stuff like that. You can ignore that part. But over here is where the memory chips are. Where they would put it. I wonder if we can get a better picture. Yeah, rotate it 90 degrees. Adjust the angle a little bit to be a bit more straight. Looks like it's the same chip. There's your memory chips here. Interesting. Did they cut the memory bus width? Wait, did they cut the memory bus width? And did they cut it in half? Did they cut it in half? I'm actually curious. They might have actually cut the memory bus width in half. Unless it's on the other side. It could be on the other side. For the rest of it. Yeah. They might have put it on the other side, actually. Right, because this one, and this one is the memory chip. This is probably a flash storage chip, a NAND flash chip. And like that's just other stuff for power stuff here. Right. That's likely what the things are on this board layout. This is not a memory chip because the reason being is because they want to have like specific things for tracing. If they were gonna put one here, they would have to put another one on this side. To make it work nicely, because it's for signal integrity. So it wouldn't be like that. So you would just have it here, 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 and here. Yeah, and you can basically look at the size comparison. I mean, well, someone did it, and here's a picture of it. You can have it on the other side too for it to also work. You can have it on dual sides. They actually do this for like the higher for stuff like the RTX 4090, 5090, and that stuff. They have memory chips on both sides of the PCB. But like some of the other cards with less VRAM, they only have it on one side. That's like another thing they could do. And have the connections and traces go through that way. That's like the only logical explanation for how they're doing this thing here. Yeah. And when you consider the size of the memory chips here too. It makes sense. Right? Like, they're almost as big as the die here. The memory chip here is almost as big as the die. And, like, you can see just how big these memory chips are. Actually, can we get a good, enough image of this? Can we read the die here? I don't think this is a good enough quality photo. I can't really read this very well. So I can't really look this up. This is not a good enough picture. This picture is not well... Oh, this is not a good enough picture. There's some of the stuff here that's like smudged a bit. If I knew exactly what this chip is, we could just figure out the exact size. And like actually measure that shit. To scale. We could. That's not dust. That's thermal paste. That is not dust. That is thermal paste. This is thermal paste. There's a lot of it. What the fuck is this thermal paste application? What the fuck is this thermal paste application, man? But yeah, like, it's pretty obvious it's this thing. Except not this render picture, like the actual thing in there. That's just a render example. Surely someone posted like an actual picture of the die somewhere, maybe? I don't know, it's a very niche chip product. Probably not. No, that's just a carrier card. I'm looking for the actual board with the naked die, so I can get a nice comparison. Has like nobody done it? Oh, there's an actual picture from NVIDIA right here. Yeah, this is not a good picture. Again, like, you can tell, like, this might not be the same one. I don't think that's the same board. This might be a newer one. Or it's just another scuffed picture. No, I'm talking about the actual Tegra chip. Because this is what the full chip is. This is the full chip. 207mm squared. For Tegra T239. Oh, thanks. You gave me the actual size. Are we looking for the Orion, I think? We're looking for the AGX Orion, not the other Orion. That's the smaller Orion. We're looking for the bigger one. Why are they giving me the smaller Orion chip? Oh, here we go. This is an end-of-life product chip. It's on, look at this, it's on par with an HD 7970, guys. GTX 780 is faster. HD 7970. That's the memory, specs here. 2048. Yeah. No, here's the thing, man. Here's the thing. You know what, though? Like, the fucking, like, AMD, what is it? The AMD iGPU? At 60 watts? This is, like, actually bad. This is at 60 watts. This is at 60 watts, mind you. It is bad. Yeah, 8nm, GPU, GA1, the whole chip. The whole thing, the whole SoC. That's actually really bad. 60 watts for the whole SoC is actually really bad. No, that is extremely high powered, Terra. You have no idea in context just how bad that is. That is extremely high power draw. For the level of performance it spits out. That is extremely high power draw. You really don't get it. It's actually bad. Do we have a die size on this? But we know it's based off of Ampere. Until Arc A380 is faster. They cut it down because it's extremely high power draw. Like, here, to put things into perspective. If this makes it better or worse to be put into perspective, this is not the that's not the T234 though. This is not the T234. But yeah, 455 millimeter squared is pretty ridiculous. It is. But it does look like this chip was cut down. This is the chip that was cut down. And again, it does kind of match the size here. Yeah. I mean, like, my brain just auto-corrects it to millimeter squared. That's like the... Wait, no, not even the whole wafer is that big. No, that's absurd. Because, like, not even, like, a bunch of wafers combined are that big. Before they start chopping. That's insane. That's like an insane size, 21 by 21. Like, what the fuck? But yeah, that's why, like, my freaking brain was just, like, auto-correcting to millimeter squared. Because I'm like, wait, nah, that's not meter squared. What the fuck? But yeah, like, the full chip is, like, here. It's slightly slower than a GTX 780. Keep in mind, the PS4 would be around... to put things into perspective, a PS4 is, like, around here. Actually, it's slower than that. It's like the... No, it's like a 7770. The PS4. Here we go. This is where the PS4 is. It's about over here. 7770 is where the PS4 performs. It's around here, this level. Around this performance tier all the way down here. So it's about like a third of the actual max performance of the Jetson Orion thing here. Okay. Do we have like AMD's iGPUs, more recent iGPUs in here? Do we not have those in this comparison? They shrunk the process node, yeah. But like the chip is still crap. They shrunk it, but I don't think it's... Yeah, like we can still think here. Here's the thing, even though if it's still the same architecture, even though they shrunk the process node, the fact that it's still on the same architecture won't make it that much more efficient. Because they didn't change anything else on there outside of the process node shrink. Oh wait, no, we got the size here. $8,700 millimeters squared. Yeah, it's a big shrink though. Yeah. It is a big shrink, but still. It's still based off of this old architecture. It's still based off of Ampere. Oh wait, yeah, that's the board. That's way too big. You're right, this is the whole board. Wait. That's the board, right? We can figure it out though. We have the measurement of the board. We can just look at a picture of the board and then calculate that way. No, we can calculate from the picture of the board and see how much they shrunk it. Oh, you actually looked at the chip? I see. So it's like half the size, roughly. Oh, that's the wrong board. They shrunk it, but that's it. Wait, we can still find, we can go Tegra, Architecture, Ampere. Yeah. It would have to be, again, like, based off of the the GA10B is the actual graphics chip. The boards are all the same size. It's just that how much they cut it down by is different. But yeah. Actually, we can get close to it though. We could probably look at, considering how much they have to slow it down by, something like this is probably where the actual switch to performs, relatively speaking. Because this is gonna be at the full clock speed anyways, instead of the slower down nerfed one. Despite having actually wait, no, we would have to nerf it more. If for handheld mode, we'd have to like nerf it more. Because this thing here is gonna be faster than it is docked. Yeah, we're looking at the Jetsons stuff here. Like, either way, it's, like, really nothing special. Keep in mind, the Steam Deck GPU has way fewer cores. Right, like it has way fewer of the things there. Can we get a comparison here? Van Gogh. Do we not have a comparison here? This thing is small, this chip. And again, it maxes out at 15 watts. Do we not? Oh, we don't get a comparison here. But yeah, like it's fatter, you can lower clock speeds, but here it goes higher. It runs way faster despite that. But this is also on newer architecture here. Like this is smaller than the Tegra and the Switch, too. This is a much smaller chip. Right, this is a much smaller chip here. Why don't we have, like, relative performance, man? How do we not have relative performance on that? I didn't realize how anemic these RX 60 whatever hundreds are. I mean, you could kind of estimate from an RX 6300. You go down a little bit to adjust for the slight differences. And yeah, it makes sense where it's at. Yeah, which is, yeah, this is about where it is anyways. Like, that's the funny part. Like, you slow this down a little bit to match where the Steam Deck actually is. You end up over here. You end up around here. While the full Tegra chip is, like, around here, down here. Which is just funny and sad. Despite it being fatter. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, it's equally as fast. And that's slower. Like, here's the thing, though. It's slower than the fucking, it's slower than the freaking AMD Steam Deck chip. Well, this thing consumes 50 watts. Yeah, this thing though, the Steam Deck chip is about faster than 1050 Ti. This thing's faster than 1050 Ti. The thing here, it has fewer cores. Like, that's the funny part. This has fewer cores too. This shit has fewer cores. And it's, like, faster. Yeah. I know, that's not a type of the GTX 650, I know. Yeah. The Switch 2 isn't even, like, more powerful. It's just extremely inefficient. Like, how the hell does it have, like, and it has, like, freaking worse than Steam Deck battery life. Steam Deck battery life is better than the Switch 2 as well. It has a slower chip. The chip is less efficient. Yeah. Like, it is just sad. Yeah, I remember those CPUs, I know. Like, it is actually just sad. It's, like, less efficient. And it's slower. It is so sad. Right, like, it is less efficient and it's slower. Like, what the fuck? I mean, it'll probably do better ray tracing than the Steam Deck, but yeah. Exactly, the moment they stop, they're actually finished. Because, like, why else would you buy their crap? Like, it is actually sad. And then, like, the thing is, this thing is cheaper. This is cheaper. Right? Like, look. Let's say I go buy a Steam Deck. Right, we'll look at Canadian pricing. This is Canadian dollar pricing. Let's go to like, I don't know, Best Buy. Alright, let me make sure I don't dox myself first. I'm gonna go to Best Buy first and make sure I don't dox myself. Okay, here's the Switch 2 pricing at Best Buy. This is what they ask for at Best Buy. This is the Steam Deck one. You can buy 500 Canadian dollars, 256 gigabytes of storage. You get all this shit here, 2 to 8 hours of battery. You get the Steam Deck OLED, you get bigger battery, 3 to 12 hours. You also, like, look what you get here. Right, you also get a carrying case. You get a carrying case, either way. You get a carrying case. Oh yeah, and the tech demo for the Steam Deck is free. This is the Steam Deck tech demo. It's free. It's free. Anyone can play it. You don't even need to have a Steam Deck and to play this if you want. The Steam Deck tech demo thing from Valve. It's free. This is literally like a Steam Deck tech demo. Right, this is to advertise the Steam Deck. They're like, yeah, sure, Aperture Desk Job is what they branded it here. A free playable short made for the Steam Deck. But anyone can play it, you don't even need a Steam Deck to play this. Right? This is cheaper. This is fucking cheaper. Like, what the fuck? This is just sad. And again, like, they have a longer battery life window too. And again, it comes with a carrying case. It straight up comes with a carrying case. This Switch does not include a carrying case. But yeah. Like, it's just like, what the fuck? How is the freaking PC handheld that has better specs, a more efficient chip, and like, this is not exactly a fast chip, mind you. There are way faster PC handhelds that you could buy. It's just like, how? How the fuck are we in this situation, man? The chip in the Steam Deck is also smaller. There's also another variant of this chip that had a node shrink, by the way. There's 2 variants of this. There is another variant that had a node shrink, but it's not listed here. That's in the OLED model. There's a slightly smaller version. Again, with the same specs but faster memory. There is like another version of the Steam Deck chip. Because yeah. Right, like, this is like not anything crazy. But again, this is the world we live in. We can close off that one, or... But yeah, we were like on this video for the reacts. It's
Overall,
just like, what the
lessens our power as customers, no matter how much they prefer to call us consumers, that's what we are. The Switch 2 is the kickoff point. It sets the stage for an uncertain future for a lot of video games, and especially who they are for. Will the Switch 2 still have the beautiful first-party Nintendo games of exceptional quality that many people would like to discuss online that are worth whatever price they ask for because they are just that much better than what the competition offers at the same price? Yes, it probably will. And if that's what you care for at the end of the day and you're willing to bite the bullet on the price, you do you, be happy, life is too short. But me personally, I'm bothered by these pricing trends. I can't help but be bothered at how tone deaf a lot of the communication and a lot of the way that the Switch 2 is positioned in the market and who it alienates and who it ignores of the customer base, how bad a lot of that stuff is. I can't ignore the fact that Mario Kart World feels like the beginning of a new platform of Mario Kart, and that the expectations for the future of the Switch are very much based in hope that I think is easy to justify given that Nintendo is Nintendo, but it's not something tangible right now. And so, genuinely, at the end of the day, for as much as I would love to be more excited than I am for a console launch, and no, I'm not here to sensationalize or to join a Nintendo hate bandwagon. I've got a Mario tattoo. Like, trust me, that's not me. I cannot recommend
Mario tattoo.
the Switch 2 to pretty much anybody except that very select group of people that have already made the Switch integral in their lives. For you, this is a great thing to jump on day one. For the rest of you, I would very comfortably wait because you're not missing out. It is a completely different thing, while at the same time just being the sequel to the Nintendo Switch. Them's the breaks, and I hope that this video helped inform you if you were considering a purchase or if you wanted some additional perspective on the whole thing. I hope it was entertaining, and I hope it was worth your time and had an interesting conversation there at the end of things I've dug into on the past.
Yeah, same, man. Honestly, I think I'd rather just play it on an emulator if we can get an emulator. Or, like, I'll just play it on the Switch emulator. I'll just dump the game and play it on an emulator, probably. Because, like, it's just... yikes. You know? They raise the prices of everything, and the shit is, like, not even good.
I will inevitably have to dig into in the future. And if you did,
it's just
remember to hit
absurd.
that like button, and a huge thanks to...
And, like, typically what happens with these game consoles is they sell the consoles at a loss so that they can try to entice you to go buy it, so you spend more money on games and stuff. But now it's just like, now they're not doing that. So the price is just so high, and the product is just so shit. Now what's this one? Zenless 2.0 isn't even out, and it's already being doom posted. Oh boy.
Let's see the follow-up. This is going to be Yi Xuan's Ultimate.
Okay.
How are you supposed to play this game?
Zenless Zone Zero has been under a bit of fire as of late due to the upcoming rupture mechanic being introduced in version 2.0.
Okay.
Being compared to the Night Soul mechanism in Genshin Impact, is this the beginning of the end, or are the developers building upon established systems rather than introducing entirely new elements? Typically, understanding how these existing mechanics operate can provide context for the feature and indicate that it might not be as groundbreaking or disruptive as suggested. Without further ado, let's get right into it. Let's see what Saint has to say. I'm not gonna watch this entire thing. I just want to provide my counter arguments, and yeah, let's just start with that, and then we're probably gonna get into the Appel video where we see the incredible content creator, by the way. Appel's amazing. I usually go to them to get a feel of like what teams are going to be like the best, and also I want to provide context because Appel does say in their videos that they're not the greatest player ever. They like the teams that they do post, like, take it with a grain of salt, right? This is from someone who's not like the greatest Zenless Zone Zero player ever, so keep that in mind with when he does bring up the Appel videos.
Modes to the point where it's becoming more and more inaccessible unless you want to go ahead and play the game like it's a job, or just pull the newest units. And this is the thing. It's about Yixuan today. It's about the new Shiyu defense. It's probably about a mechanic that's going to be in the newest Deadly Assaults as well later on in the patch. And I've been warning people about this for the longest time. And the only thing that has been occurring is people going ahead, being super elitist about the game, telling me that, oh, you just suck, and that's why you think HP inflation's a problem, and they're not taking anything very seriously at all in the community. As I've constantly said, day after day, video after video.
I do think it's unfair for the community to say, like, you suck. But again, we've talked about it in my previous video. I'm not gonna go over it again.
That the game is slowly becoming Honkai Star Rail due to its rampant power creep, HP inflation, and every single new character being endlessly shilled in the endgame content, and the content becoming...
To that point, I mean, every gacha does that. This isn't just like something that only Hoyo does. Even the last Tower of Adversity, right? I pulled Zombie.
Okay.
I was able to clear Dragon of Dirge in like 30 seconds just because they had it to where I think you could like, you got like extra stacks of Spectral Frazzle applied, and then it also like buffed your crit damage or some shit like that. I don't remember the buff exactly, but it was something along those lines. It allowed her to clear so stupidly fast. It was insane. So this isn't something that's just like only a Hoyo, right? Hoyo does do this a lot. But when it comes to Zenless, it's typically like toned down. It's not like.
Oh shit! Did I forget to fill that out?
That's the argument he's trying to make.
Super fucking unmanageable. And
I don't remember if I filled it out or not.
And it appears, ladies and gentlemen, that this is exactly what is taking place. In
I did.
Okay, according to
okay, I did fill it out. I was just worried I didn't fill it.
Although I think 50k could be reached since she was not playing optimally. I said this earlier. Appel even says as a disclaimer in their video, they're not.
So considering what happened, it may be a bit vague from now on. But let's just say you applied to join the ToF test server. Oh, nice. Good for you.
Greatest player ever. So.
I mean, you're just gonna get sent the NDA. Right, as usual, and they just wait for the test server to open. You're gonna download the test client, and that's it. I mean, like you said, you got the invite in there, whatever. You're gonna get access to a Discord channel, and that's kind of it. It's not like there's anything super crazy in there. But cool, congrats on getting in.
Yeah, so there's a lot to that. Miasma enemies, I think this is like where we really want to talk about. From the looks of it, you will lose almost all damage for like 20 to 25 seconds if you do not have a rupture.
I don't know, man. I don't really care about
clear times for normal agents to be abysmal. I'm gonna get to that in a second. Let's see what he says here. Please don't do this to me.
Let's check it out. And again, credits to Apol for curating this gameplay.
Because I know I filled out my information on the thing.
Let's just see what they clear.
I also mentioned this in my video going over the live stream. When I saw the red bar underneath, I was like, it's funny. They dropped lighter because...
Oh, I'm supposed to just check on the website. Let me see.
It looks like stunners are going to have a hard time in this game mode, but we'll see. We'll see.
And I do believe this is the enemy that has the miasma.
Alright.
Okay, there's the
miasma. How the
miasma.
damage numbers are hidden. I do believe that the ZZZ early access CCs were told to hide damage.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true at all. I've seen a bunch of early access content on Yishuan, and that's not true at all.
Numbers.
Hopefully he corrects that later, because that's like a big thing to kind of like misinform your audience about.
Especially when they were doing comparisons of damage between different.
Oh yeah, okay, I did.
So that it wouldn't become.
They flagged it. I was just like, what the fuck? I just saw on Discord, like Ironbucks was just talking about his invite to the freaking Duet Night Abyss thing. And I'm like, wait, did they send the email invites already? Because like I know I have a guaranteed entry. I was like curious because I didn't see an email. And then he said, nah, just check the website. And I'm like, okay, cool. I didn't actually apply on the thing on the website. Because like, yeah, cool. It says I won even though I didn't win. I just gave them my information. I still need to fill out the NDA though. For the other thing.
Super clear the massive disparity in damage between the signature W engine and the free-to-play options. So, yeah, I do believe that in every single early access footage, the damage is invisible. Clearly, right? Because they don't want it to be too on the nose, the difference.
So Duet Night Abyss is soon.
And so, yeah, we have the sheer...
Wait, that's in 3
mechanic
days.
over here, right? Oh, this boss has iframes too. We got the miasma mechanic over here.
So that's on
and you're clearly
Sunday.
seeing, right, that the damage is really
okay.
not that great, and then a huge chunk of...
Okay, it looks like she cleared the miasma pretty quickly, but it also got insta-stunned once it was cleared. Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind.
It occurs, and the boss gets broken as well once you break that miasma barrier. And I do believe, ladies and gentlemen, look how much damage is being done once the miasma is broken. He's completely obliterated. And when you're looking at this clear, right? How do you think that?
I don't know what I'm looking at.
How do you think
I
that
don't play this
miasma
game.
going down?
Okay, Yishuan, right? Yishuan and Rupture are gonna bring down the bar faster. There's no point in harping on this point. Miasma's a problem.
This time, instead of being able to use elemental reactions like burning or quicken to be able to break down Night Soul barriers, there's nothing. You can only use Rupture agents. And so, now let's do a bit of a comparison. And just as a quick...
Yeah, I don't know. I don't play this shit.
Numbers, it does appear that...
But I don't trust whatever comes out of the fucking snowman.
Already exist in the game with the robots and their
like I don't play this shit because I wanted to play a different game instead that ZZZ will never be. Right, and I would rather play that other thing instead anyways. So like I have no reason to ever bother or touch it. And then like again, like I have more shit coming anyways. But we literally have what this week? On Sunday we're gonna be playing what? Duet Night Abyss? We have Duet Night Abyss on Sunday to play. And then, like, Stellar Blade is gonna be middle next week, right? And then I think it's at the end of the month, I think. We'll have NTE beta or something. It's either end of the month or next month. I'm not sure. But, like, yeah. We got other things to do as well. But yeah, we're gonna be playing Duet Night Abyss. We should be playing it on Sunday. I mean, like, it's pretty obvious that I know I had the invite. I'm like, oh, so where do I get the instructions to get the game? Because, like, I know I have access. But we still don't have the download link to it. I just know that I have access to it. It says here... Oh, it will start... Oh, wait, no, never mind. It starts on the 9th. My mistake. That's not when the actual thing goes live. So maybe it's on the Monday? Or something? But that's soon.
Shield. If you
The engines are basically matrices. Yeah, I know. They're like the weapon thing. Matrices, weapons, whatever you want to call them.
That bar does not move unless you stun them beforehand, right? At the beginning of this phase, like, also, I think he brings up a point of this boss being resistant to ice when they just buffed Ellen. And obviously it's like shilling Yishuan, right? This boss is also weak to fire. So you could use Evelyn here and be just fine, or what lighter would be fine too, and lighter would be able to stun this guy. It looks like, again, I would have to be hands-on with it.
Alright, one sec. I kind of want to. I should save.
I will see you all.
I should,
But it looks like before this miasma bar comes up, he could probably be stunned by lighter. I'm gonna be completely honest. It didn't come up too quickly. I'm not sure. I'm not gonna like make that claim, but it does look that way. Yeah, I'll let him continue.
PCs to hide the numbers. All right, we're back from our break, and ladies and gentlemen, it turns out we were not able to find any footage of DPSs other than Yi Xuan clearing the newest Shiyu boss.
Okay, so the reason for that is because it's early access, right? The whole point of early access is to show the new characters, to show off the new characters and what they can do, right? That's why the creator server exists. So using
stuff in there is also subject to change. Right? There's a lot of the stuff in there. They may ask you to share disclaimers or whatever. Or in some cases hide numbers because stuff is subject to change. But my guess is, again, these clowns, nobody wants to act, no company would actually want to work with them and let them actually see what goes on in those types of things. Right? And again, like, they like to give us disclaimers on stuff and what goes on in there. Because again, like, things are subject to change in a lot of these test servers or whatever. They're not the final product. Back when, like, freaking Tencent had allowed us to was publishing ToF for the test server stuff there, I always had to like put a disclaimer somewhere in full view, like in bold text, full view everywhere. I used to have like a marquee text, scrolling text that I would have on my older streams of test servers, where I would have this disclaimer just scrolling across to make it really clear and obvious. Right? Because, like, yeah, stuff in there is subject to change. That's, like, from my experience. Some companies are more chill on that, on whether or not you disclose that, but, yeah.
Versus the newest content, that's something that you would have to get hands-on with, for sure, right? You're not gonna find that in early access, so that's a little silly of a, like, I don't know.
The closest thing we could actually find was somebody just taking Ellen teams, the reworked one, into Deadly Assault, but there's no footage at all of...
Hi, how? Saint. Isn't Chang Li an infamously awful Chinese EV that's top speed is literally no faster than human running speed, at least if that human is how do you spell his name? I don't know how to spell his name. Usain Bolt. Because I think it'd be funny. Usain Bolt? At least if that human is Usain Bolt. So guessing he's buying the shit car to give it an oil change or something. Wait. to oil it up, even though it's an EV and doesn't need that shit. I'm gonna post that as a comment there. If he finds it, it'll be hilarious. Right, he wants to oil up his Chang-Li, but it's a really bad car.
Any other character?
Dang, Ellen over here getting 34k. 34k with a minute left? Nah, Ellen different. It is her premium team with Astra and Lighter, for sure. But, hey, Ellen buff kind of big, huh?
Character fighting against this miasma situation in the Shiyu defense. And the reason for that is pretty goddamn simple. Because what...
This is kind of weird. The new enemies have... They resist ice by 40%. I mean, they have to resist something, right? And of course, the enemy having fire weakness wasn't brought up. So, take that how you want it.
What we're able to actually do here is take a look at some of the gameplay in these clears provided by Apol and actually break down what this miasma's game for. And 20 to 25 seconds. So we're on Yixuan over here, right? We switch over to Caesar and then press our EX skill. Let's take a look at both the miasma bar as well as the HP bar of this boss. We hit and deal absolutely no damage. Our EX skill did 0 damage to it.
Yeah, because the miasma was a damage resistance mechanic, so that's why.
Actually, I think I can see like a millimeter. That's probably... Second stab, another microscope. Then we go on to the Panda, our defense agent. And we need even... Wait,
yeah, I mean, there's no point in harping on this point. Like, it's a damage resistance mechanic.
Isn't Rupture deals depressingly low amounts of damage. He just gives them, I assume, like 95% damage reduction from a shit ton of defense as long as the miasma is up. And Rupture agents do two things. They ignore defense and also deal increased damage to the miasma. So look how Yixuan does in comparison. Look how fast she does damage to both bars. We're on to her. HP goes down, miasma goes down. They're going down super fast. And then once the miasma bar is completely filled, well, you can just imagine what happens, right? Let's see what occurs. We're shredding it with Yixuan and actually dealing damage. No other teammate is able to deal damage while it's up. We deal a burst of damage and then also break the enemy after the miasma disappears too. I thought breaking the enemy was supposed to be the job of stun characters, but instead, Rupture agents against these bosses stun them and also deal damage to them. Again,
that's kind of just like the mechanic of the enemy. Like, it's gonna insta get stunned.
It could just be an enemy mechanic,
so
yeah.
It's a way for your DPS to like not need a stunner, right? Stun agents versus miasma. Let's see this.
For an example of what an actual stun agent like Koleda will do to this boss, we got some gameplay footage of that as well. So we got her coming in with her EX skill, massive hit, does about 5% of the miasma bar. Now let's see the follow-up. This is going to be Yixuan's ultimate.
Why did I hear a GameCube Smash Brothers melee sound effect?
How are you supposed to play this game?
What?
Without her? Why is the stun agent both dealing no damage and then also not breaking the stun bar? And this
I definitely believe, and I've said this for a while, that I think when it comes to in-game game modes in Shiyu, they should do what HSR does for Apocalyptic Shadow, right? Give you a choice of 3 buffs. I mean, I guess they kind of do it in Deadly Assault, but... And the one reason I do want to bring this up, the Shiyu for this is the current Shiyu, right? We have these... I do want to bring this up. We do have Tearfing. I don't know how
I don't know what the
many
hell
there
I'm
are.
looking
I think
at.
it's like 4 or 5, right? And
I
then
don't know
that's
what any of this
20K,
means.
And then Thanatos at that looks like 11 million.
I don't know what
think
any of
that's
this shit
11 million.
means.
And I believe We have 1.8 mil or 18 million for the Miasma Ravager, and then 11 million for the enemy in the previous shield. It is the only enemy on that side. It's expected to be. Again, take all of this with a grain of salt. It's early access. As well as Tempest being the only enemy on that side. So yeah, you had two previous enemies, and the Tempest has lower HP as well. The Shiyu is buffing ice and ether damage, and then it says when you activate quick assist or ultimate, the sheer damage goes up. Obviously, that's showing the sheer force character. But it looks
sheer force character. Do they have a life orb? Surely they gave a life orb to their sheer force character, right? Sheer force life orb, good combo.
By the way it's worded, that the crit damage is available to all if you just
remove secondary effects, but do more damage. Remove HP drain from life orb.
So with there being one enemy on the side, it looks like they accounted for this. To be fair, it looks like they know this is gonna take you more time than usual if you don't have the on-banner character, right? Because they eliminated the smaller enemies. It looks like it says this operation is expected to have one wave of enemy attacks. That is it, right? That is it. So it's just two bosses on Shiyu 7. So this is a new thing. I don't think we've ever seen anything like this before in Shiyu. Maybe we have, maybe we haven't. You'll obviously be able to use your Miyabi here, and you can, and obviously you can run Miyabi on the second side. So yes, this guy's resistant to ice. He does have 40% resistance to ice. However, it's not on both sides. It's not like they said we are gonna buff Ellen and not give you anywhere to use her, right? Or we're just eliminating Miyabi from the game, from the in-game mode. So I think it'll be fine, low-key. I don't think it's anything to worry about too much. And then again, it's all early access. This is all subject to change. So I think freaking out or making a big deal out of it is it's a little.
You just
silly.
killed it, I see.
Yeah, that's all I got.
Like again, like I don't play this shit. I don't really care that much. I do want to cook out a video though one day, just talking about like why it's stupid, the freaking meta shit in these, like why it doesn't matter and why it's a waste of time to chase after it if you don't actually like the character. And like honestly, again, like my thing is like they should remove all resources from endgame mode. Give people a different reason to do them. Remove all of the things from them.
Your thoughts down below in the comment section. What do you think? Is this game turning into HSR? Like, I actually went back and played Genshin recently, and if you don't have a Night Soul character in Spyro Abyss, you lose.
Yeah.
Like, you just straight up lose. So I don't know. I don't think this will get to that extent in Zenless. I really think right now it's a nothing burger. I really have to be more hands-on. But let me know what you guys think down below, and I will see you guys on the next video. Leave a like, comment, and subscribe to the channel. Have a good rest of your day. Peace.
Okay. But yeah, I'd rather watch the thing without watching Sicktontas doing these reacts. Watch it through another source. But again, I don't know why I keep getting sent these. What's this one? 70% of games that require the internet get destroyed. Oh, this one sounds good.
Hey, this is just a short video I wanted to make on
Which
one
games
side
are
thing
getting
we've been doing on
destroyed?
the Stop Killing Games campaign. A quick refresher, Stop Killing Games is a consumer movement to stop publishers from effectively destroying video games customers have already paid for. Well, we've been attacking this problem through many different avenues, and one emerged late last year with getting in touch with the BEUC, a European consumer organization. They might be able to propose new law or clarify existing law within the EU Commission down the line. If that happens, it's going to take a long time. But we were told months back that the current leadership is very data-oriented. So they don't want to hear there's a problem, they want to see lots of data showing there's a problem. Well, that's something we were able to do. I worked with some volunteers to build off that informal list I made a few years back, detailing as many game shutdowns as we could. We modified the categories a little bit though, since we were trying to show how many—
Wait. This list, wait. What game? What is this over here? We got Blue Protocol dead. What is list? Links to the game list right there. Right here. Just cuz. I got some likes on my message there. Burned to a crisp and the other things.
We modified the categories a little bit though, since we were trying to show how many games were killed, how many are at risk, and for the ones that were saved, who was responsible for that? The
And then there's like fan preservation stuff, yep.
publisher or the customers? Well, we updated the list to the best of our ability. There's a link below if you want to check it out, though I'll have some stats here in a minute. We looked at over 700 games that have or used to have some sort of online requirement. Now, the first thing I want to emphasize is we're not claiming this list is 100% accurate. This represents the best effort of multiple volunteers to figure out what the status is of all these games. Additionally, some of these games don't fit neatly into categories. More on that in a minute. Speaking of the categories, we tried to keep it simple. First up are dead games, which means no one on Earth can currently play the game. It's not possible. Next we have at-risk games, which means these games are currently working, but they're designed in such a way that the second the publisher ends support, they will become dead games without some sort of intervention. Next we have dev preserved, which means the game would have died, but the publisher or developer implemented some sort of end-of-life plan. So now the game is safe. Now, this usually means they patched it, but if they did something else significant, like releasing server software or source code, that counts too. And finally, we have fan preserved, where the publisher did nothing or practically nothing to save the game. But fans managed to either hack it to remove dependencies or reverse engineer a server emulator so that the game was saved in spite of the publisher actions. It's worth stating that almost every time this happens, it's an incredible amount of work, and it's a small miracle it happens at all. So here are the stats on all the games that we researched. Now, this information is going to get outdated as soon as I post this video, but I don't expect it to deviate too much. However, these are the total numbers and includes the at-risk games, which may not be helpful to some, since the fate of those games is unknown. So let's shrink this down to just the games that have ended support. Okay, that's a clearer picture. So out the gate, over 70% of online games that have shut down die and stay dead.
They're dead,
That's almost
completely
300
dead.
titles that we counted, though there are undoubtedly more. So for anyone who says games with an online requirement aren't a problem, well, they are if you wanted to play one of those 300 or so games. The next biggest chunk is fan preserved, which is about a full 25% of all titles that get shut down. This is kind of staggering that the number is as high as it is. I really can't emphasize enough how much work and how difficult it is for the people who do this. And finally, coming in at almost 4% is the percentage of online games that get saved by the developer or publishers themselves. This is utterly pathetic, and the industry should be ashamed of itself.
Very
so any game you purchase with an online requirement has odds a little bit above a roulette wheel that the publisher will allow you to keep it. This right here is the most important number out of all of this. Imagine if warranties or insurance policies were honored 4% of the time. This is what self-regulation from the industry looks like in terms of preservation. It's a complete nightmare, and it's a preventable one at that. Honestly, this number might even be high, since I know there are more online-only games out there than what we listed. Now, we have some more stats for you. You may notice on this list, some entries say multiplayer or online services. What these mean is that the game had a single-player and separate multiplayer component, and usually in these cases, the single player was always safe. There's a mentality among some gamers out there that single-player games should be preserved, but everything is fine if
Yeah,
multiplayer
yes, so many.
games are
Tiger
destroyed
Woods
the
is a
second
lot.
support ends, even if customers paid money for them and wish to continue playing them with their friends. Sadly, I think it's because younger gamers especially have been conditioned to accept being swindled and don't know any better, but I've ranted enough on that in other videos before. But if you are of that mentality, you might be interested in these statistics. These omit all games where there was a single-player component that was always safe. Hopefully I don't eat my words here, but examples of this would be Battlefield Bad Company or Crysis 3, not remastered. If you bought these games, you can still play them single-player, but as I understand it, you cannot play them multiplayer, at least at this point in time. So if you're the sort of person who thinks that's as it should be, then these are the statistics where the entire game was at risk or died. It was all or nothing. Oh, and real quick, I want to remind people that there are not separate laws for single-player and multiplayer games. It's a gamer culture thing that treats multiplayer as disposable, but single-player as something you keep. There's no legal basis for that. What consumer laws care about is how companies sell games. So if a multiplayer game also contains a date when your access ends at the time of sale, that's a different story. And on that note, we also documented to the best of our ability which games have subscription services. It's a small minority of them. Though this category was muddy because several games with subscriptions offer limited access or less benefits without a subscription. So it's a blurry spectrum as to whether these games require a subscription or not. So for anyone worried that increased regulation will make more games turn to subscription models, publishers are already timid about doing that. I mean, you know they would if they could. But only so many people are going to pay money every month for the same game.
Exactly.
Most people don't want to do that. Now, something else worth mentioning is that in a few cases, not many, we listed the game twice since the shutdown doesn't neatly fit into these categories. Some examples are Gran Turismo Sport and Multiverses. In both of these cases, the online multiplayer has shut down or will be shut down, and that might have had value to a lot of people. However, the offline component was patched or will be patched to continue working. So the game is half saved, half dead. Which, hey, that's a hell of a lot better than fully dead.
Yeah,
and
half
if anything,
dead.
this helps inflate those dev preserves
It's half
numbers.
alive.
But
Half
it
dead,
makes
half
it tricky
alive.
to categorize. In fact, this entire list has been not just tricky to categorize, but tricky to research. Some games are clear and upfront about their status. Others, it's almost impossible to find out how much of it is on death row unless you actually own a copy of the game and can test it yourself. The games industry and the players are awash in confusion on this. It doesn't help that there are few standards for language on this issue, maybe by design. For example, when you hear private servers, you might think, oh, the player can host the game, so that means the game is safe, right? Well, it used to mean that. It still can sometimes. But it can also mean that normally the game is open to the public, but you...
Yeah, I should get a belt of watches to have a waste of time. I should make a belt of watches, make a waste of time. Sounds like a good idea.
You can also have a private server for just you and your friends. But that private server also needs to authenticate with the publisher's server, which means if support ends, the game still dies, despite having private servers. It's gotten so bad, when people talk about a game being offline, I have no idea what they mean now without more context. In fact, here's a list I made of some common terms in this sort of thing with multiple definitions. It's the Tower of Babel up in here. That's why I focus on games requiring a connection to the publisher's server or not. Thankfully, that terminology hasn't been bastardized yet. Anyway, the point here is that we tried our best to confirm the status of these games properly. Because you cannot rely on some random person on the internet saying it works. Because their words can mean anything. It's such a mess. So it's possible we got some details incorrect, but we spent months trying to verify everything. We also made some judgment calls on games that have proof of concept emulators, where you can enter the game but nothing really works. We still counted those as dead and tried to clarify things in the notes. Oh, and speaking of notes, this is kind of amusing, but we tried to provide as many reference links as possible to the original game, And after this list was up for a while, Google gave a warning saying this list is suspicious because these links may steal your data. I mean,
Damn.
you can see the links. Steam, Blizzard, Ubisoft. So, yeah, maybe some of them are trying to steal your data.
Yep.
Or not knowingly sending you to attack sites, but this is the games industry, so who friggin' knows? So those are the
Yep.
statistics. Now, speaking personally, my only interest in this list was to get it on the desk of someone at the EU who can take this into consideration for future lawmaking. I don't need to have it spelled out how many games are being killed. I already know. And since we've already sent this to the BEUC, I think it served its purpose. But some of the volunteers who worked on this wanted to keep going on it. They're talking about continuing to update it and turn it into a wiki. I told them that's not necessary for ending the practice of destroying games, but some of them wanted to do it anyway. So
Okay.
sure, why not? It's not currently up yet, but I've been told they'll have one working in June. I'll update a link in the video description if it does come out. Now, if you're interested in helping on this list, an email has been set up for this purpose here. I will not be maintaining this. So if you want to help with the list, use this email. If you want to contact me about anything else, use this one. Oh, and just a reminder, I don't think updating this list further will save games, but enough people signing the European Citizens Initiative is what has a chance of doing that. Or if we're lucky, action we already have underway at consumer protection agencies. This list is just helping to clarify how big a problem this practice is in the industry, and how utterly hostile the situation is for people who just want to keep games they've paid for. And this is today. Let's not forget
Yeah.
that report of last year of over 500 studios focusing on live service games. And now that we
Yikes.
have statistics, we can assume at least 70% of them are going to be permanently destroyed.
Yep.
What a fantastic use of time and resources for everyone involved. Honestly, without intervention, I expect that percentage to get higher. Since a lot of those fan-preserved games are older ones, it's probably harder to reverse engineer servers for a lot of newer ones. Alright, that's it. Here's to hoping we eventually stop adding to this list.
That's crazy, though. The list of games that are dying. Actually dying. What the hell is this? Weird things that only happen in Canada, sure.
From magical wildlife and peculiar natural phenomena to the areas where practicing witchcraft on the waves is encouraged, Canada boasts a huge amount of wonderful oddities, and each one coming up is weirder than the last.
Sure. Are they truly weirder?
Picture this. You're strolling down a Canadian street minding your own business when suddenly, ouch, a stranger accidentally steps on your foot. Naturally, they apologize right away. But hold up. According to Canadian cultural etiquette, you're expected to apologize too. Canadians are famously polite, and nothing captures that better than their signature sorry. Apologies in Canada are almost constant and expected, even for the smallest and most insignificant infractions.
Sorry.
From voicing a minor complaint to requesting a small favor, even when it's someone's job to assist the apologizer. You're likely familiar with the famous Canadian sorry, but what you might not know is that in the land of Maple, the word is used so frequently that the government had to take legal action. You see, in most places around the world, apologies are seen as an admission of guilt or liability, but in Canada, sorry isn't as simple as that. While studies show the average American apologizes just a few times a day, the typical Canadian is thought to say sorry over 9 times every day. Many Canadians describe their chronic sorriness as more of an acknowledgement that something happened, like bumping into someone. It's not about blame, but about showing respect and recognizing the other person exists. Ignoring it or not saying anything would seem rude, so whether you say sorry or you okay, in Canada, it counts as the same thing. So in 2006, the province of British Columbia introduced a piece of legislation known as the Apology Act. The act makes the distinction that, in context of the law, an apology is simply a display of commiseration and not an admission of fault in an altercation.
Yeah.
The act ensures that those frequent apologies aren't misinterpreted as admissions of liability in legal situations, allowing Canadians to uphold their cultural norm of apologizing without fear of their words being used against them in court. Today, almost all Canadian provinces have their own versions of the Act. While vaguely similar laws exist in countries like the US and Australia, it's clear that for Canadians, this legal protection is especially essential. But it's not just the people of Canada that are full of apologies. Their transport services are a sorry state of affairs, too.
Yep.
While on
Can
first glance, it
confirm.
looks as though this bus is apologizing for the part it's played in this traffic collision, the text is actually a part of Winnipeg
Yeah, it just says not in service. Yeah.
Transit not in service message for buses.
Yep.
Even so, compared to other countries like the UK, Canada's buses seem to be some of the only ones to remember their man.
Yeah, this one's in Toronto. This is a TTC bus. You can tell by the coloring on that thing there.
From TransLink buses in Vancouver to the Toronto Transit Commission,
Yeah, you can see a different bus over there again. Yeah.
it seems the quintessentially Canadian apology will continue to roll on and on. Sorry, not sorry. When they're not busy being polite, Canadians seemingly love building some of the world's weirdest attractions. Like in Drumheller, Alberta, home of the world's largest dinosaur.
Sure.
This towering fiberglass and steel Tyrannosaurus Rex stands a whopping 86 feet tall, around 4 times the size of a real T-Rex. You can actually climb inside it and peek out through its mouth, which is probably not something you could do with a real T-Rex. Over in St. Paul, Alberta, meanwhile, you'll find the world's first UFO landing pad. Built in 1967 as a symbol of peace and cosmic unity, this quirky monument was unveiled to welcome all extraterrestrial visitors with open arms, offering them a place to land, taking Canadian friendliness interstellar. But arguably, Canada's strangest attractions are actually all natural. Take the Spotted Lake in British Columbia, which transforms in the summer as the water evaporates, revealing hundreds of colorful pools. Each pool's unique mix and concentration of minerals results in a distinct hue.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Alien first.
Creating a sight unlike
Sounds about
anywhere
right.
else on Earth. Then there's the Smoky
sounds about
Hills in
right.
Canada's northwestern territories. Here, layers and layers of underground oil shales naturally ignite and have been burning for centuries, with the sulfur-rich ground resulting in strange red deposits perpetually veiled in smoke. So whether it's natural thrills or man-made curiosities you seek, Canada's got you covered. It's no secret that many fast food chains around the world can often be found tweaking their menus to cater to local tastes, and Canada is no exception. At the Golden Arches of Canadian McDonald's, you can order yourself a portion of McPoutine.
Yeah, this thing is kind of crap though. This one's crap. You're better off getting it elsewhere.
That is the quintessentially Canadian delicacy of French fries and cheese curds topped with gravy, as well as a buffalo chicken variant in
The McDonald's one is
Quebec
crap though.
branches. Now that makes me wish I was Canadian. The McCanada menu has seen a whole host of country-exclusive items, including the McMini sandwich, the McLobster, as well as the McPizza. However, perhaps their strangest offering of all is their vegetarian option.
I don't know. I've never been to Vancouver. All I know is Vancouver got lots of needles and shit all over the place. Not great.
In 2020, McDonald's Canada announced they'd be trialing a new vegetarian burger across its branches called the PLT. That is plant, lettuce, and tomato. While McDonald's plant-based burgers have been a hit in other parts of the world, like Texas and California, in Canada it didn't take off and was
it
pulled
failed.
from the menu after just 6 months. Thanks to the failure of the PLT, some Canadian McDonald's restaurants have come up with their own solution for the lack of options for veggie customers. They call this the no-meat Big Mac. Yep, your eyes aren't deceiving
Why the hell would anyone order this? What the fuck?
you. That's a Big Mac burger, but instead of meat patties, there's nothing. So
Yeah, it's also what like the Canadian bootleg version of Wall Street looks like. Instead it's called Bay Street. and you find needles and shit and random homeless dudes around. If you've ever been there.
The middle bread slice of a Big Mac becomes its patty. Shameful. Shockingly, this infamous bready binge can often be seen on self-ordering kiosks across the country. Well, vegetarians, I hope you like bread sandwiches. Banff National Park in Alberta is famous for its breathtaking landscapes, towering peaks, and the iconic Moraine Lake. But there's a lesser-known wonder that happens in this alpine lake every spring. Check it out.
Okay. Yeah, it's an icy lake. Yeah.
Candle ice is a fascinating phenomenon seen in Banff's alpine lakes as they thaw in spring. The formation begins when the lake freezes with a process called supercooling, which allows large ice crystals to form. Then, when the spring sun begins to warm the ice, it starts to break down as water becomes trapped between the ice crystals. As the ice melts at the borders of these crystals, the thick ice sheet
It's not
breaks
that
into
cold
individual column
for it to look
sticks,
like this.
hence the name, candle ice. Though visually captivating, candle ice is unstable and unsafe to walk on.
Very
However, gently
unsafe.
breaking it apart from the safety of a boat or shoreline can be oddly satisfying. And for maximum satisfaction, you can even paddle through this strange icy phenomenon. Does anyone else really want a slushie now? While the candle ice of Banff's winter wonderland is a natural spectacle, there's another icy marvel in Canada that perfectly blends Mother Nature's magic with human engineering. When Prince Edward Island joined the Canadian Confederation in 1873, Canada's government promised to connect it to the mainland. Initially, this was done through ice boats and later ferries that carried mail and passengers across the Northumberland Strait until 1997 when the Confederation Bridge opened. Stretched across 8 miles, it's not just Canada's longest bridge, but also the world's longest bridge over ice-covered water. But its most fascinating feature? The ability to withstand the strait's harsh winter freeze. The bridge's 62 pillars are ingeniously designed with conical bases to handle incoming ice flows. As the ice drifts towards the bridge, the conical shape forces the flows upwards, the pressure of which causes them to crack into an array of rectangular chunks. This process, known as ice deflection, prevents large ice masses from piling
You
up
wouldn't
and
drive on that
threatening the
bridge?
structure.
Okay.
Instead, the bridge's piers slice through the ice, allowing it to be safely swept away by the tides and currents. It's a brilliant solution that keeps the bridge and the connection to Prince Edward Island safe, no matter how frigid conditions get. I guess you could say that even Canada's bridges know how to stay cool under pressure.
Sure.
That ability, of course, extends to Canada's citizens, whose ability to deftly deal with ice is as classically Canadian as Tim Hortons, both of which, incidentally, are encapsulated in the amazing clip you're about to see.
PEI land of potatoes, yeah. It's the potato eating island, PEI. Yeah, what's... this looks like a normal way to go around. Yeah. Okay.
Morning, Hayden.
Why is he camping in a tent, though?
What a neighbor you are. We got the fireplace. You want to come in? Yeah, I'll come in. Oh, I love what you've done with the place.
One of the country's most recognizable creatures, the mighty moose, may be a regular sighting for many Canadians. However, there are some moosey moments floating around online that are far from regular. Check this out.
Oh shit, it's antlers.
Bet you haven't seen that before. This head-shaking footage was captured by Canadian wildlife enthusiast Derek Burgoyne, who witnessed the rare moment a moose shed both its antlers at exactly the same time. As a species of deer, male moose, also known as bulls, shed and regrow their antlers throughout the years as part of their annual life cycle. For moose, antlers play a key role in attracting females who tend to favor bulls with bigger antlers. I guess you know what they say about big antlers, am I right? Anyway, as far as scientists know, antler casting is painless, mainly due to the lack of nerves and blood vessels in the fully developed antlers themselves. Many moose will often try to accelerate the process by rubbing their antlers up against tree trunks, or in this case, opting for a bit of headbanging. Rock on, moosey dude. Meanwhile, in Alberta, moose aren't just casting antlers, they're car washing?
Sure.
This mysterious clip was captured when Mommy and Baby Moose got to work licking this car on its way through Jasper National Park while Daddy Moose stood guard. While we all know that Canada is home to some of the friendliest people on planet Earth, it's hard to believe that these moose would really clean a stranger's car for seemingly no reason. Well, unsurprisingly, there's actually an explanation to this carnal craving. Moose apparently are totally obsessed with salt as they need it for essential bodily functions.
Okay.
Problem is, their natural diet of leaves, twigs, and bark is low in sodium, leading them to seek out other salt sources like mineral licks as a nutritious supplement.
Yeah.
However, in winter, when roads are salted to prevent freezing, moose have discovered that they can easily access salt from the wheels, doors, and bumpers of cars.
Yep.
This has led to
Lots of
potentially
salt.
dangerous situations as more moose began approaching vehicles, even in traffic, to lick the salty residue. The issue became so widespread that Canadian officials had to install signs in areas where moose are commonly found,
Do not
instructing
let
drivers not to let moose lick their cars and to drive away if a moose approaches you. Forget horsing around, all I can see here is some extreme moosing around. I'll see myself out. The humble maple leaf in its tree has been an iconic symbol of Canada since the 19th century, valued for its sweet sap. Among the most cherished uses of this sap is the creation of maple taffy, a traditional and uniquely Canadian treat often referred to as sugar on snow. The origins of maple taffy trace back to indigenous peoples of North America who were the first to harvest sap from maple trees and transform it into syrup. French settlers later adopted this technique, turning it into a cultural tradition that endures to this day. In the past, maple taffy was a centerpiece of sugaring off parties, festive gatherings held in early spring when the sap began to flow. Making maple taffy was a highlight of these events, with the snow serving as a natural cooling agent to turn the syrup into taffy. First, the maple syrup is heated to reduce and thicken it, then it's poured over fresh snow where it quickly cools and thickens. Once hardened, it's then rolled onto a popsicle stick for a deliciously chewy experience, sweet by name and nature. If all that talk of maple syrup has your taste buds tingling, we're just getting started.
Okay.
In Canada, fans of soda, or pop as Canadian lingo dictates, can get their hands on bottles of Coca-Cola Quebec Maple that's been infused with syrup straight from La Belle Province. But it's not only maple-flavored Coke that's on offer. While it originated in Japan, you can even find clear Coke in Canada's largest Asian grocery store chain, T&T.
Yep.
But you know what
You
would
can
make
find
a
it there.
truly Canadian Coke? Clear maple Coke. So if anyone from Coca-Cola's flavor department is watching, yes, please and thank you. If you're craving a more savory twist on maple sweetness, Canada has the perfect remedy for that too. While your favorite flavor potato chip is probably something like salt and vinegar or barbecue or sour cream and onion, some folks in Canada favor something a little more patriotically coded. In 2013, Lay's Canada released a new flavor called Maple Mousse after it came out as the winner of the Chips Brand's Do Us a Flavor contest. The flavor was created by Newfoundland native Tyler LaFrenz, who won a $50,000 Canadian grand prize.
You got it
after
for grocery
Canadians
at
voted for
TNT.
his
Ah, I
idea.
see.
The flavor was inspired by the bizarre
It's owned by
but
Loblaws, I
undeniably
know.
Canadian combo of maple and
I
moose
know
meat,
it's owned
and
by
the
Loblaws.
chips are
What don't they
described as
own?
possessing a smoky taste with a hint of sweetness. Maple Mousse chips were sadly discontinued in early 2014 due to a lack of sales.
Yep.
However, there are plenty of other uniquely Canadian chip flavors still available nationwide. One of the most popular chip choices across Canada is ketchup flavor, which are also sold in the US but are nowhere near as sought after. And for those having a hard time deciding which flavor they favor, there's also Ruffles All Dressed chips,
all dressed. I
which
was
is
about
a
to say that.
combination of ketchup, barbecue, sour cream and onion, and salt and vinegar all rolled into one crunchy bite.
Yep.
But which of these Canadian treats have you salivating? Have you tried any yourself? Let me know in the comments below. While maple syrup is a cornerstone of Canadian culture, it's also at the heart of one of the country's most notorious crimes.
Yeah.
In July 2012, accountant Michael Gavreau
course
arrived
they're
at a
talking about this
warehouse
one.
owned by the Federation of Quebec Maple Syrup
Like,
Producers
three guys
in the
stole a
small
bunch.
town of St. Louis de Blandford to take stock of the facility's barrels of syrup. Expecting each barrel to weigh over 600 pounds apiece, Michael was shocked to discover that many weren't filled with syrup at all, but instead plain old water. It turned out that over a period of 10 months, the contents of over 9,500 barrels of maple syrup, worth 18 million Canadian dollars, had been stolen in a crime that became known as the Great Canadian Maple Syrup Heist. The subsequent investigation involved nearly 300 interviews and even forensic analysis of syrup kettles and forklifts recovered from the scene. It was later revealed that the thieves had rented warehouse space and, over the course of a year, discreetly siphoned syrup while security was absent. Though police were able to recover around 2/3 of the stolen syrup, it seemed the rest had already disappeared into the sticky underworld, being repackaged and sold on. Police ultimately arrested 26 people in relation to the heist. The ringleader, Richard Valers, was found guilty of theft, fraud, and trafficking stolen goods by Quebec Superior Court and sentenced to 8 years in prison. He also received a thick, syrupy fine of 9.4 million Canadian dollars. In the end, this sticky-fingered escapade left a very bitter taste in the mouths of its perpetrators. The US has football, Europe has soccer, but in Canada, it's always ice hockey time. Heck, even the guinea pigs over there can't resist a spin on the ice.
Okay.
And as if watching pets and players alike scramble across the ice wasn't entertaining enough, it's even more entertaining when things go wrong. In October 2014, Mark Donnelly confidently sang "O Canada" during a hockey game at the South Okanagan Event Center in Penticton, British Columbia. But mid-performance, Mr. O Canada missed a key detail: the red carpet spread across the ice.
Skill issue. Yeah, I know.
Just a few lines in, Donnelly face-planted spectacularly and then scrambled to his feet, narrowly avoiding a second tumble as the crowd watched in stunned amusement. And just like that, Mark Donnelly proved that even the pros can hit a flat note. Literally. Big respect for pulling himself back up, though. Canada is known for its breathtaking landscapes and friendly people, but it also boasts a treasure trove of quirky slang that can leave outsiders scratching their heads.
Okay.
One popular term is 2-4, which refers to a case of 24 beers,
Yep.
essential for any Canadian gathering or celebration. When someone mentions picking up a 2-4, you can bet a party is on the horizon. You also may find yourself being told to hang a Larry or hang a Roger, which respectively refer to making a left or right turn while driving. Then there's the humble bottle shop, which is a general term for a liquor store. Another charming term is Chesterfield, a vintage word for a couch. Finally, don't forget about Looney, a term for the Canadian $1 coin.
Well, it's named after the
common
bird.
loon bird depicted on one side.
Yep.
So next time you're in Canada and someone asks you to hang a Larry around to the bottle shop to pick up a 2-4 for a few loonies for a hangout on the Chesterfield, you'll know that's a plan worth raising a glass to. So you walk into a grocery store in Ontario expecting to find your usual carton or jug of milk, but instead you're greeted by bizarre plastic sacks filled with loose liquid dairy.
I mean, they also have the cartons too and the jugs. You can buy those, but...
Welcome to the world of bagged milk, a
Yep.
phenomenon some say are as Canadian as maple syrup and hockey.
Actually, wait, I actually have a bag of milk in my mini fridge right now. I can take a picture if you want. It's open, there's like... thing. I could. Actually, wait, never mind. My fridge is dark. Maybe next time I'll take a picture if you really want to see it. I have to get out and then grab it out of there, pull it out. But yeah, the milk is in bags. Yes.
Bagged milk is one of those quirks of Canadian life that leaves outsiders scratching their heads.
Yeah, we
So
just
why
put
the
it in.
bags? Well, it all started back in the late 1960s when Canada was transitioning from the imperial to the metric measuring system, but this posed a problem for manufacturers. Resizing cartons or jugs required significant changes to production lines, making it a complex and costly process. The story goes that DuPont, a Canadian food and packaging company, were the first to unveil these thin plastic bags that could be used to store and sell milk in 1967. Sometimes known as plastic udders, these milk bags were favored over.
Yeah, it does not have the light bulb. Yeah, my mini fridge doesn't have a light bulb. What about it?
For cartons or
A lot of mini fridges don't have a light bulb inside. Space is a premium inside of them.
bottles because manufacturers could simply adjust the length of the plastic sealing points without needing to design new molds or pattern templates. Gradually, Canada's dairy industry began widely adopting these innovative plastic pouches, and the trend has stuck to this day. Though mainly in areas of Canada like Ontario, Quebec, and the Maritime provinces. But bagged milk isn't just about efficiency, it's also about freshness and food waste reduction. Most bags come in sets of 3, and when you're ready to use one, you pop it into a pitcher, snip the corner, and pour.
Yeah, that's it. That's just what we do.
Because the bags are smaller, you only open what you need, keeping the rest sealed fresh. Milk bags can be found in other countries such as South Africa, Argentina, Uruguay, Hungary, and China, and Ukraine, but Canada's were the first. So while the rest of the world might chuckle at these plastic udders, it's actually a clever packaging solution that just makes sense. Well, at least if you're Canadian. Canadians are widely known for their politeness and law-abiding nature. However, it seems the authorities may have taken advantage of this by maintaining some rather unusual laws. One of the most bizarre laws in Canada's criminal code made it illegal to pretend to practice witchcraft. The law was introduced in the 1950s, and in October 2018, a Toronto psychic named Samantha Stevenson was arrested for convincing a man that selling his house and giving her the proceeds was the only way to rid his home of evil spirits. This was deemed to be an act of insincere fraud and exploitation of a vulnerable individual, but interestingly, practicing legitimate witchcraft as part of the Wiccan religion or as an occult practice is entirely legal and even celebrated in certain areas. For instance, the Wood Lake Water Witches, a coven in British Columbia, gather each October to celebrate the spooky season by paddleboarding across the lake in an annual event. Despite a few cases against fraudulent witches, Canada's law prohibiting fake witchcraft became known as a zombie law. That is a law that, while still on the books, is considered outdated or redundant due to newer legal standards. In December 2018, the Canadian government repealed several of these zombie laws. Alongside the witchcraft law, other outdated provisions such as the prohibition of dueling and a ban on publishing comics depicting crime were also scrapped. So while witchcraft may be legal in Canada, bad laws certainly aren't immune to a good old-fashioned vanishing act. Abracanada! While many zombie laws in Canada are dead and buried, some bizarre bylaws still exist. For example, in Alberta, it's illegal to paint wooden ladders as paint could hide fractures, turning a climb into a dangerous mishap. But Alberta isn't the only place with puzzling paint-related laws. In Canada, a suburb of Ottawa, there's a rumor that residents are forbidden from painting their garage doors purple. Though this gained traction online, it seems to be a misunderstanding. The myth may stem from a 1973 bylaw in the areas that asked homeowners to maintain a vaguely consistent appearance, including colors. There's no record of enforcement of this bylaw though, so in reality, Canada residents can paint their garage doors any color they want, just so long as it doesn't stick out like a sore thumb versus their neighbors' places. Canada is home to over 1 million moose, and while we've already seen that some can exhibit rather quirky behavior, a few are believed to be downright magical. Check this out. This ethereal creature was spotted crossing a remote road in central Alberta. Sightings such as this are known as being a sign of good luck in Canada, particularly among indigenous Cree culture. In Cree culture, animals are often viewed as messengers from the spiritual realm, and white moose like this one are known as spirit moose. But beyond their spiritual significance, what does science say about these rare, ghostly-looking moose? Many attribute the striking appearance to albinism, a condition where the body can't produce melanin, the pigment responsible for coloring skin, fur, and eyes. However, it's not that simple. Albinism typically results in a complete lack of pigmentation, including pink eyes. Yet close-up photos captured by the folks responsible for the clip we just saw show this moose's eyes with seemingly normal pigment. This has led some experts to suggest that the moose might actually have leucism, a genetic condition that causes partial loss of pigmentation, usually leaving the eyes unaffected. Whether luck, legend, or leucism, Canada's natural world certainly isn't afraid to stand out from the crowd. Vancouver is a city where nature and urban life collide in the most spectacular ways. But there's one spot in the skyline that takes that balance to a whole
Not
new
really,
level.
no.
Yep, I'm talking
I don't live near where moose would be running around, no.
about the building with an entire tree on top.
The answer to that would be no.
Eugenia Place, a 19-floor apartment complex boasting spades of natural beauty. Literally. But here's the cool part. The tree isn't just a gimmick. It's actually meant to represent the natural world that existed here long before the concrete jungle. Back in the day, towering trees like Douglas firs and great cedars stood in place of the cityscape, and the height of the building, tree included, mirrors the height of those ancient forests. But planting a 37-foot tree on top of a high-rise, that's no small feat, especially in a city with such changeable weather. So after lifting the tree to the roof via crane,
Like, I have seen moose before, but not just random roaming ones.
the architects installed a specially designed planter up there, complete with hooks and cables to keep the tree in place. It's like a giant flower pot with proper irrigation systems and soil to keep the tree happy and healthy, no matter what kind of weather is thrown at it. Today, the tree on Eugenia Place is more than just a quirky architectural feature. It's an iconic part of this city's identity. I mean, it's not every day you see a tree hanging out on top of a building, right? Which of these could...
Alright, that one's over. Marked off the list. Right? There's like a bunch of stuff. Like, we can look at the quick Witcher 4 one. This one should be quick. What do they got cooking with Witcher 4? CD Projekt Red no longer using their in-home engine. State of Unreal, oh boy. What do they got here?
Sleep, is he? The ploughing plonker. Break me pearlies on this blasted pit-ridden tract. Where's fear not dry road? Aye, the devil's out there! It's running from!
Okay. It's not Gerald anymore then? It's just the thing? Okay. Okay, he's dead.
Salt.
Almost had me fooled, Fruin.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, and welcome to the State of Unreal at Unreal Fest Orlando. We're here to show you what's next with Unreal Engine and so much more. We are thrilled that you're able to join us. Thank you. But first things first, I'm here with Sebastian and Kitek from CD Projekt Red. We have a lot to talk about. Hey, guys.
Hey. Thank you, Wyatt. Thank you, Wyatt, and hello, everyone. With The Witcher 4, we're stepping things up. And to do that, we needed the right partner. One that truly understands that great open-world games are all about art and technology coming together.
Yeah, and look, our goals are completely aligned here. And around the launch of UE5, your awesome team at CD Projekt Red announced a collaboration to make open-world development in Unreal even better. And it's an opportunity, we just couldn't pass it up. So we've been working on a technical demo together to achieve just that. I think we should take a look at it. You guys ready?
Born ready. Kitek is going to play the build for us.
Sure, let's do it.
Alright, they're gonna go play it. Actual gameplay footage.
This is a technological showcase set in the world of The Witcher 4. What you just saw and are going to see now is running on a standard PlayStation 5 at 60 FPS with ray tracing.
Nice.
So in the game, you'll be playing as Ciri, a professional monster slayer, a witcher. She explores the world and hunts down monsters for coin. The region we are in is called Kovir, and you'll get to explore it in a game. Right now, Ciri is investigating a monster, and after gathering new clues, she is heading back to a nearby village. All right, everyone, meet Kelpie.
Let weeds be weeds, Kelpie.
So just like Geralt had Roach, Ciri has her own loyal companion.
Yeah, no fake gameplay here, yeah.
These two characters need to feel like one. Since you're gonna explore the world on horseback, riding needs to feel seamless, natural, and just fun.
Yeah, and to support that, we're introducing multi-character motion matching in Unreal. So Ciri and Kelpie, they're perfectly synchronized when mounting from any angle and speed. And we also support root motion movement on Kelpie, so controlling her
she has
feels
two of them.
realistic and grounded. And there are also some really nice improvements to our Unreal Chaos Flesh Solver and these machine-learned deformations. So you've got realistic muscles moving and stretching under Kelpie's skin without compromising the performance there.
Okay.
So let's leave Ciri behind for a second and talk about the world itself. So much of the Witcher world is not.
I mean, they're obviously not katanas.
Especially Kovir with its dense forest.
Those are obviously not katanas. You can tell by the shape.
Wild nature.
Yeah, and wild nature is.
I don't know why you came up with
and
katanas,
with
but
geometry, we
obviously not
freed artists from so many of
katanas.
their old constraints. But we don't want to rest until everything we do in Unreal has that same spirit of freedom. There's always
It
more
wouldn't
work
make
to do.
sense.
And foliage is a huge piece of that puzzle. So we are excited to introduce
I see.
nanite foliage. And in order to achieve gorgeous foliage density everywhere, while still being memory efficient, fast to render, we believe that a new idea was needed. So instead of the same card approach we've been using for the past 20 years, artists should be free to take a nanite approach to foliage, modeling every single leaf and pine needle. And the old LOD tricks of the past, they needed a complete rethink. And in their place, it's a new adaptive voxel representation.
Yeah, just two swords,
nanite.
though.
It's volumetric, it's fully 3D, it is super fast to render. And these dense clusters of triangles turn into these cubes, which at a distance, they're no larger than a pixel, and they react to the changing light of our dynamic sun and our shadows, and they allow artists to render whatever amount of foliage is needed to achieve their vision without compromise.
And no compromise means how ambitious we are when it comes to bringing our vision to life with incredible visuals. But more than that, together with Epic, we created faster way to load the world. We can now bring in more content more quickly for the smoothest possible experience as we fly down to catch up with Ciri. Welcome to Valdrest. So Valdrest is a port town, a hub for fishing, trade, and mining. It's one of those places where you can meet shady characters or overhear gossip from other lands. It's also where Ciri took on her current contract.
Okay.
High-tech, let's leave Kelpie here and explore the marketplace and food. I'm so excited we can finally show...
No, the lighting seems fine.
Let's see what Valdrest has to offer.
Not her again.
Present him with a fish. For the furry rascal will often wink, and a bear's weight grants good fortune.
Guys, notice how responsive the world is.
Okay. Yeah, you still
Character
can, yeah.
actions directly affect what happens around you. Sometimes even setting off chain reactions. Everything is working together. Oh, look at this poor gentleman being taught how to fly by an angry innkeeper. That's what happens when you cheat at Gwent.
Last of it, is it?
Okay, so this is the guy who gave the Ciri quest his own. Like you probably suspect, he has his own agenda in all of this.
You're off your tits again, Wilfred. Get your ass up.
A typical day's toil.
Who in? Ah, with Churess. What news of my wagons? No eternity is taking that damn salt to arrive.
I found them. And, well, suffice to say...
Yeah, it's
they're on
not a
the
huge
mission.
leap, yeah. It's just, okay.
Found not one speck. I presume this comes as no surprise to you. Now. Kavir's smuggling trade is of no concern to me.
Shush, shush, shush.
The manticore that flattened your cart and devoured your men? Quite the opposite.
Manticore?
Yeah, 4 to 5 years, of
No,
course.
No, them winged hellspawn dwell in the arse end of Creighton. Not here.
While Ciri decides what to do about that merchant, let's take a look at the character technology that powers this marketplace. Why don't we listen in on these fishmongers? They're selling their wares, chatting up customers.
Morning, catch fishes. Won't find none fresher.
Rugged me ladies after one of them.
Course. Get this cleaned and gutted for you. You mind, dearest? Into seeing something more. Got mackerel cod, all Brexit's finest.
And there is tons of tech at play here, even in a simple market stall. Metahuman tools, improved Unreal smart objects, chaos cloth, and more.
Yeah, and all of this exists to make sure that the gap in quality between Ciri and NPCs is as small as possible.
Yeah, and closing that gap, it's not just about fidelity, right, but also authenticity. They should react to changes in the world around them.
But the prisoner in Pillory isn't exciting enough for Valdrest. Let's grab everyone's attention with a circus. But the great performance deserves a huge crowd though. Let's crank it up.
Okay.
So
They got more
you are
NPCs
seeing
there?
Tons of optimizations here to many of Unreal systems, including an entirely new Unreal animation framework, allowing us to fit easily in our 60 FPS budget, not just in rendering, but also with room to spare on the game thread. Over 300 animated skeletal mesh agents all going about their business. And the whole point is to leave breathing room for developers like you to introduce the gameplay and the systems that your players expect, empowering you to make your worlds come to life without Unreal standing in your way.
You are right. And that's the open world RPG that we're making. But before we wrap up, how about one final check-in with Ciri? We are making this game to be the most immersive and ambitious open world Witcher game ever.
Okay.
And we are making this a reality thanks to our work on Unreal with the team at Epic. I think what we are doing together is going to bring in a new generation of open world RPGs, and I'm so proud of what we accomplished so far.
We are too.
So we're almost done, but before we go, here's a
there's
small
more?
gift for all Witcher fans. A first look at Lanexeter.
Okay. At least this is like actual gameplay footage of the thing. But... Or not. No, it's not. Wait, I just noticed the disclaimer said not actual gameplay, never mind. It's just in-engine footage. But they said it was running on a PS5. So it's like the debug mode or whatever, I guess. But like, yeah. Sure. I think this is where we'll end it here for the night anyways. I am tired and I am like slowly clocking out here. Right? Well, at least we learned some things when I was like trying to experiment the stream earlier anyways. I will be changing how my encoder stuff works and pushing it all on my other PC. We'll be messing around with that again tomorrow, but yeah. It's fake gameplay, but like in engine, yeah. That's it though. Again, as usual though. Thank you guys all for stopping by. Hopefully I can see you guys again next time. You guys have a good day or night. I'm gonna go get some sleep. It's 5 in the morning here. Alright then. See you guys. See ya.